We all have a story, we all have a tale. Well, there's a place I've come to know well, led by a man named Sty. He's full of stories, he is quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy. If you're feeling lonely, come and make a friend. If you need a story, on Sty you can depend. His voice is soothing like a lullaby. Sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite a guy.
Look at that goofball. You guys didn't see him in the basement dancing with Sty down there. He down there just jamming away with Sty. Now he's hugging him. I mean, this
Only
guy.
because I knew you could see me the whole time.
This guy is just, I mean, he's getting very much too close to Sty 2.0. I'm telling you. There's something weird about that relationship. Hey, we got two of our favorite gals down in the basement, too. There she is. Nice stream, girly. I loved it. Poor Gil Skills answered the darn question.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's my other sweetheart. There she is. Hey, Sam.
Howdy.
Hey, girl.
Oh, it's great to see you folks. It was fun last night hanging out with Phil, but I couldn't wait for tonight to get a little more time with my friends. You know, I spent all day out.
Well, Dennis.
Oh my!
Canoe Hound.
Hey,
There you go.
Canoe Hound. Canoe Hound's a hiker. Hiker. I'm gonna.
You can share him up.
My StreamYard chat set up so I can. There he is. My newest member. Hey, now Canoe Hound, you gotta run on over to my channel in the community tab and take a look at my little outing to Willard Falls. Yep. Yeah, I want them to rename those falls to Sty Falls. Because sorry for the non-members that video is not available. It's only available to members. I have to, they paid for it. So, but yeah, I want them to rename it to Sty Falls because that's exactly what Sty did out at that falls. He fell.
So it should be the Sty fell.
The
Unless
Sty
you go to
fell.
fall again.
Probably. I'm going to be going out there someday and redoing that, but with a 50-foot climbing rope. I got to say hi to all our participants out there. We got Arcade, Canoe Hound Adventures, who's a member. We got Carolyn Kennard, who's a member. Don't you go anywhere, Carolyn, because it's important that you're here. I got something to share with everybody. And I don't even know what it is yet. We got Crazy Ann, of course, and Everything Spicy, both members. We got Faith in the Fallen, Samantha, she's a member. We got Get Her Done Granny, she's a member of the channel. Oh, man, my members are awesome. Gunslinger Outdoors, great to see you. Hanging with John Wild, awesome. Karen Story, Kimberly Ferris, Metal Music Maniac. And where am I? There we are. Mr. Fulton, New Horizons, Saucy Shane, who's a member. We got Steve Games. Great to see you. Sunshine Always. I love that channel name. That's because I wish it was Sunshine Always. We got the Hunt for Heat. We got the Sure Shannon Show. Awesome. We've got This Is Real Life. Great to see you, Tim.
Get it?
I'll get it in just a second. And we've got Will the Rocker Will. That's all the participants. I'm going to go back to check this out. Hunt for Heat is a hiker. We got another hiker. That is so cool. That is so awesome. Cindy and Mike, you got to get over and see that video I did. There's a lot of people. I've actually gotten a couple of email messages that said, Sty, just remind me, I'm not going hiking with you. Why not?
Very good.
Come on.
What did I do?
I tell you,
At least
if you haven't seen the video, if you're not a member, you haven't seen the video, it's worth the $3.99 to go see the video.
Yep.
It was fun. A lot of people are going, you crazy old bastard, that ain't fun. That's insane. You could have killed yourself. And I'm going, well, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I didn't. So that makes it fun. It was fun.
And you still climb down at
For the pop.
Yeah.
I was going to leave that bottle of pop down there. I hadn't even opened it yet. And that's the only thing I took with me on that hike to drink.
Of course, risk your life on a little bottle with something.
There was no way I was going to take a 1.5 mile hike and go through what I went through in that gorge without having something to drink afterwards. I felt so bad. I was telling Samantha before the stream, the footage wasn't quite what I was hoping for because, like a dummy, when I climbed back up out of that ravine, I didn't set my camera up for when I slid back down then got my pop and climbed back out. Well, actually, when I got down there, I took my pop bottle and I threw it all the way to the top of the hill. And then I went back to climbing up I'm not kidding. I climbed up that embankment like a cat would climb a tree. That's the only way I could get up there. I buried my fingers as far as they go into the dirt. And about every other, I'd be able to climb about 2 feet at a time. And about every other time I would have a 2-foot climb, I'd slide back 2 feet. So it was like 4 feet forward, 2 feet back, 4 feet forward, 2 feet back, all the way back up. That was a steep bugger. And I didn't like my footage, just didn't do it justice. I was telling Samantha I was leaning against the tree, had my foot against it, and I was all that filming. You see, I was laying on my back, but I was at a 45-degree angle. I mean, I was almost standing straight up, and I'm filming. I told her I couldn't believe how cool I stayed through the whole thing. I was just, yeah. It wasn't until I got back on top of the hill and I saw my pop bottle that I go, "This is really dangerous doing this." Yeah, I felt like Phil Shaga hunting on a rickety ladder.
Well, me being on a ladder is dangerous all in itself. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you don't want me up on a ladder. I'm certain to fall off the thing. Did not know there was a 15-foot drop there. Was a catfish at least 6 foot long. Would you quit?
Well, you know how Dennis asked. Now,
Just
this is retired gunnery sergeant Sty.
So his son-in-law can see.
It says it right there in the chat.
I see it. I can't believe it the way you guys are.
What's wrong now?
What a bunch of characters. Phil, you're getting just too close.
Oops, hold on. Oh. Stay.
Yeah, I'm okay. And actually, I didn't hurt myself except I skinned the hell out of my right knee. Just like I said, I told him, I said, yeah, my knee's all skinned up like a kid that fell off his bike, But and that wasn't from sliding down into that gorge. It was from climbing out that I skinned the knee up, because my knees worked better than my feet did for getting any traction up that hill. Ann! Hey, Saucy Shane. Oh, boy. And I tell you what, I'm going to have to spend my whole stimulus check on you guys going to see a shrink.
I already spent mine on it. It doesn't work.
Does it work?
No. My shrink's got to see a shrink now. He's got to see
I was going to say, I bet you your shrink at least went to see a psychologist after talking to you.
Well, he was already seeing the shrink. Now he sees two.
Yeah, now he sees two. Yeah, now he's got to spend his vacation money on getting his own psychiatric care. Oh, later, I got to tell you guys about my doctor's appointment today, too. That was funnier than sin. Oh, that was so damn funny. First time I've ever had a doctor's appointment on. It started out on the phone, then we went to Zoom. Then back to the phone because we're having issues with Zoom. But it was quite interesting. Stop it. Stop it. There's just no end. There's no end. Yeah. Yep. It's happened so much, Cindy, that we almost, yeah. There's so many times I end up with too many Stys in one place.
Well, there's a rumor out there that someone else was working on a wizard mask.
Oh, jeez.
It was just a rumor, though. It was a rumor. I can neither confirm or deny.
Yeah. Deny it. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, Alexander. Man, tomorrow I'm out in the woods all day tomorrow. It's supposed to be a beautiful day tomorrow, and I can't not be out there. So, that's Friday. Maybe Saturday if we can hook up, Alexander, that would be good. Anytime after 11 o'clock in the morning. My mornings is when I get all my personal junk done, and then guess what? I'm stuck on the internet now. after that.
Guess what I'm doing tomorrow morning?
Working.
I had
And
someone that couldn't take a car next week, and
You were supposed to have tomorrow off so that you could stay up as late as you wanted.
I was supposed to have Wednesday off. I was supposed to have Thursday off. I was supposed to have Friday off. Yeah.
Hey, Canoe Hound, if you do that to yourself, that. Oh, thanks, Samantha. Samantha, if you wore a Sty mask, that would just, for me, that would be so disappointing. I look forward to seeing you.
Now you disappoint me, Samantha.
Not you done up.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if Samantha didn't get a Sty mask.
Yeah, why not?
Hey.
Why not? You love Sty, you should wear a mask.
That's
I
right.
mean,
Everybody that loves Sty
Imitation is the
a
finest form of flattery.
Yeah.
Everybody
find a mask.
But I mean, come on.
Send it to Sty. Send it to Sty.
Sam's so damn cute without that mask. She puts it on. I mean, the one thing with it, though, is if she's got that mask and holds it up next to her, she'll just be gorgeous, right? Look at that.
Yeah. You have to, Samantha.
You have to.
Yeah, of course.
Please tell me that the video conference wasn't about a removable Sty growth.
Okay, Alexander, that's good. Catch you in the afternoon then, probably Saturday.
I don't know.
Tell me.
Like I said, Dennis, I sent you the link.
No metal music. No.
I didn't say now.
That's okay. Carolyn, sweetie, Carolyn Kennard, are you still out there in the chat? I hope so. Otherwise, I'm waiting until she comes back. I got my there she is. Cool. I got my trusty little Swiss Army knife that I don't even know what the outfit was that was giving them away, but got this back in it'd be 1968. I got this and I've hung on to it, and it's a sharp little devil.
That's a good year.
Yeah, it's great for opening packages and letters. Look at what I got. I got a package.
Make yourself big.
Came from Carolyn.
Make yourself big.
I have a guess of what's in there because of a message she sent me, but I have not seen in here yet. So I'm opening this.
Big, Sty.
Big.
I'll go big when I go big. Give me a second. Calm down.
Just reminding you, that's all.
There we go. There.
Ah.
Well, that was easy. That's just one piece of tape.
Don't show your address now.
Oh,
well,
there's one thing in here. And she's talked about these before. I've seen them.
What is it?
It's a $100 wine voucher. You buy $160 in wine, and you can deduct $100 off of it.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
So yeah, save that for a special occasion. Oh yeah, that's nice. But this is to die for. Oh! I gotta get rid of the box. The buy box.
Picture?
She knows how I love waterfalls. Oh my goodness.
Oh, look at that.
That's beautiful.
She's good at taking
Oh my God.
Really,
she knows,
that
man.
is beautiful.
That's awesome, Carolyn.
Carolyn, sweetie. What
You're awesome.
waterfall is this? What waterfall is it?
Oh my God, Sty is talking about this package. Rated R. Crazy, I think it's bullshit. What is bullshit?
Oh,
Oh yeah,
wow. I want to be there. I want to see it in real life.
Patterson's
Patterson
Falls.
Falls in New Jersey.
Patterson. What a nice
It's
name.
Phil Falls. I got a picture of Phil Falls.
We got Sty Falls and Phil Falls.
Yeah.
Ah.
That's weird.
Oh,
What if Sty fall into Patterson's Falls?
I would truly want to go see that. Oh, that is beautiful. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna put it back here, but I'd prefer to have it where I can just where it's always there. I can always see it. So
On your table.
it might not stay back here. It might end up over here in front of me.
Yeah. Coffee table.
Carolyn, you're awesome.
But that little counter's kind of off screen. But there it is. Oh, you are, yeah. Awesome is putting it lightly, isn't it, Phil?
What's up, Killdeer?
Oh, that is so sweet of you. Hey, Killdeer, good to see ya.
Hey, Killdeer.
Yeah. That Carolyn, I tell you, and I had mentioned it when you first said that you're going to send me something. I told everybody she could send me an empty box with just her name on it, and I'd be thrilled. This is, I'll treasure this for the rest of my life. That's so awesome. Yep. Just to show your appreciation. That's really showing it, girl. That's really showing it. It's beautiful.
It's awesome.
Awesome.
Hey, Killdeer.
I'm going to put you guys back over here.
I hold? No.
So that was that. Boy, that's the best thing that happened today, this week, and probably this last month. Could even be the best thing that's happened this year. I don't get stuff like that, and when I do, it's just I don't feel worthy sometimes.
Hey.
It's beautiful. It's yeah. And the meaning behind it is really what really makes it what's important. That's like filling this cutting board.
I didn't want to bring it up, but since you brought it up.
Oh, you're darn right, bring it up. That is so awesome. Yes. Yeah. And it's neat because they're personal.
That's right.
They become personal items. You know, they become your own personal heirlooms. And I love you too, Carolyn. Thank you very much. I'll probably be saying thank you for the next month. So, yeah. So I had a real exciting day yesterday. I tried to get to one waterfall, couldn't get through the snow. If I didn't care about my truck at all, I probably could have gotten through, but it was just rough. And I was afraid I'd get that bugger stuck in there. And I thought about it, and I thought, well, if I don't get all the way to the end of that road, there's nowhere to turn around from that point on. So I had to back up. I finally found a place I could back into the woods where the ground was solid enough to turn around and get the heck out of there. And then I went over to Foster Falls. That video will be coming up in the next couple days or so. And Foster Falls was running just hard. It was beautiful over there, too. Loved it. I spent a couple hours there. And then I went to check out that campsite at the Potato River Falls. Now, Potato River Falls are awesome falls, but I wasn't up to there. It's 200 and some steps down these stairs to get down to the river level. from the parking area. And I didn't want to do all them dang stairs up and down. I thought, my ankle might not like the stairs. Well, then I thought I'll go down to the lower falls. Well, that's got 160 stairs, So I thought, yeah, I don't think 40 stairs is going to be much different than the other one. So I decided I'm not going down the falls. So I drove into their little campground. And they got this campground that's only got a half a dozen campsites, but they're free to use. You don't pay any fee or anything. And the only downfall is they don't have water there. There's not even a hand pump. They do have an outhouse, but no hand pump. So you got to haul your own water in. But it's free camping, and it's so few campsites, and they're all spread out. I thought, I just want to look at all their campsites and decide which one I'm going to take this summer. Then I seen the sign. It said, Trail to Willard Falls. And I go, Willard Falls? There ain't no such thing as Willard Falls. I looked up every waterfall that there's a record of in northern Wisconsin, and I couldn't find no Willard Falls. So I thought, I'll hike down that trail. It looked like an ATV trail. I said, I'll hike down that trail. And I bet you it's just some little tiny waterfall, maybe 3-4 feet high or something, Because if it's an important waterfall, wouldn't they have a big sign, Oh, no. It was 3/4 of a mile hike into the falls. Yeah. And beautiful hike. Dangerous waterfall. There isn't a good place. Wait till you guys see the regular video I put together for that waterfall, which doesn't have any of that footage from what you guys saw. Even that footage, when I got to it, I finally found a spot. I was able to come out almost on top of the falls. And there's a big old pine tree that they call them Indian markers because in ancient times, the tribes would they'd break a tree and they'd train it so that it would point in a certain direction as it grew. And it would usually be a marker for a trail. And so I figured it's a trail tree, but I slid out on that thing and sat on it, and just beyond that tree, it went straight the hell down. But I got some good footage of the actual waterfalls, more than I did in that video the members got to see. So yeah, the pines in there were beautiful. It's a huge area that's just a big stand of red pine and a little mix, 2-3 species of pine and a lot of cedars. But oh my gosh, all the white pines and the red pines shedding their needles. It was terrible, just like walking on ice. Hey, running water. Must be parked for the evening. Hey, trail trash. Good to see ya. But yeah, that was an excellent hike in there. That was a good way to wrap up the day. I was going to head north and see if any of my favorite lakes, if the ice has come off of them. I did run into snow here and there yesterday. So I'm hoping the lakes have shed the ice. So that's what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm heading north and getting out in the Schwamigan National Forest and checking out all these remote lakes and seeing if the ice is off of them. Hey, Newfoundlander Ingalls family, good to see ya. So, just looked at the radar. Something wicked this way come. Oh, I'm glad that's not here.
Still,
Tennessee's opening their parks Friday. Oh, wow. Our governor's got everything still closed down until May 26th.
Our governor's come out tomorrow and giving the new message.
Is she?
Yep, tomorrow. We'll see. I got a feeling it's going to kind of stay the same. They're going to open up like golf courses and crap. And I got a feeling the GM workers are going back because there was an announcement from the UAW telling their people to get ready to go back to work. So.
Oh, yeah. Running Water just escaped Texas. I would, with your governor, Phil, I would just, I'd wait to see what she has to say, because she might tell you you can only change your underwear on Tuesdays. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even change them then. Why change them?
Well, you turn them inside out.
I just wear them till they wear out and then put on a new set.
You wear them the right way for a month, and then the next month you turn them inside out, and then the next month you put them on backwards, and then you turn them right side out and put them on backwards one more time. So there's you get 4 months out of that pair. Yeah. That actually makes underwear affordable.
It does. Carolyn.
You be careful down there, John. Central Florida under tornado warnings.
Yeah, be safe, man.
Anne.
yeah.
Could you send Dennis a link?
I sent him and I've seen it, but he hasn't clicked on it. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that guy is doing. So I did.
Yeah. You change them more than once a month, do you, Phil?
My underbreeches.
On the bridges.
That's probably too weird, but
I always like telling that story of when I was growing up. When I was growing up, my grandpa, he kind of thought he ran the household, and he always told us kids, you only get to change your underwear on Monday mornings, so that you got at least you change your underwear before you start school for the week. And on Monday mornings, he'd line the four of us up, me and my brother and my two sisters. And on Monday morning, he'd say, you change with her and she's going to change with him. And
Yeah.
And every spring we got new underwear.
New to you, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was brought up that got to always have clean underwear on every day, just in case you got to go to the hospital. Don't want to embarrass your mama by having skid marks in your underwear. But I got news for you: if you get in an automobile accident or something,
you load them underwear.
Marks. Even if they were clean when you put them on, you're going to have skid marks.
Yeah, you're going to load them buggers if it's an emergency. I mean, I could never figure that out either.
Well, what do you say just before impact?
And what are they going to do? I broke my arm, Ma. Do you have clean underwear on?
That's
Why are
exactly
they
what
going to be looking down there? I got a broken arm. They're not. I want to know why they're looking at my underwear if I broke my arm. Don't make no sense to me.
That's because they got to take your vitals and they use that rectal thermometer.
Oh, come near me with one of those and I'll wreck you.
They don't do that to everybody?
No, that's just you, Phil. Your doctor really likes you.
That's just you and babies.
You big baby. Big baby. Now don't squirm while we do this.
Exactly, right?
Dr. Feeling, yeah.
Oh, I see what you're up to, Dennis. Yeah, ooh. Cutting in the family time, you little bugger. Yeah. John says, underwear? What's that?
Mm-hmm.
True commando.
Free balling.
anemia.
Yeah. Oh, I got to tell you about my doctor visit today. That was so damn funny. Oh, God. So they're supposed to call me at 4 o'clock sharp. And they do this just like at the clinic. The nurse is going to ask you 1,000 freaking questions they already got the answers for. And I just love that. Are you so and so? Well, yeah. Duh, you're the one that set the appointment up with me. And your date of birth. Well, it hasn't changed either. You got it in my chart. I mean, not on me. I think they're testing you to see if you got Alzheimer's or something, because they're just asking you stuff they've already asked. And then they go through all your medications and blah, 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 blah. Well, I'm sitting here 4 o'clock sharp, waiting for that call. Didn't come. And I thought, now, wait a minute. This is too much like at the clinic. You get there on time and you sit for a half hour before they call you in.
Yeah.
So it's just like the clinic. So I waited and waited. Finally, 4:30, they call. And I was gonna say, oh, the hell with you. I'll shut my phone off. So they finally called and go through all that stuff. Oh, on and on and on and on. Well, then they have you wait for the doctor, and you're come on, doc, get on. She gets on and she goes, oh yeah, we have this new portal and this and that. And you can get on the portal. Well, she's trying to get me set up on that portal to be on Zoom for the appointment. It wasn't working out. So everything had to be on the phone. And she told me, she said, well, everything sounds good, so I'm gonna give you a whole new script for your meds. I'm going to give you a year's worth, but I want to see you every 6 months now instead of once a year. I said, yeah, okay. And she says, but we need to do labs. And I said, how are you going to do labs over the phone? She goes, not over the phone. You got to come to the clinic. And she says, and because of your underlying conditions and stuff, I can understand you may not want to come in the clinic, She said, we can set it up so that you come in the clinic and get those labs. But we have drive-through service. You just drive up and one of the lab technicians will draw your blood right while you're sitting right in your truck. You just stick your arm out the window and they draw the blood and off you go. I said, well, that's pretty cool. That's cool. Well, then we get in the conversation a little bit, and she goes, oh, because you're taking this med and this med, we got to do we got to do a urine test because we got to check the proteins in your urine, blah, 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 make sure your kidneys are functioning properly. I go, there's an ordinance against that in our town. And she goes, against what? And I said, there's no way that I'm going to pee in a cup out on the sidewalk at your drive-through. That's not, they don't allow that. And she started laughing. She goes, oh, the drive-up services you can't use. You got to come in. She said, no, you can't. No, we can't have you peeing in the cup out through the drive-through services. I said, oh, okay. So I got to go in to get my blood work done. Whoa.
Clothes dryer. Oops.
They want a stool sample too?
Oh, if they want a stool sample.
That I refuse to
do. Been picking up after their dogs out here. I'll bring one of those in. What have you been eating, Elpo? Times are tough. But yeah, but I was amazed. It took longer than a typical doctor's office appointment, and I wasn't even there. It took about 45 minutes once the doctor was on the phone. Jeez.
It's funny. I may have told this story before, so remind me if I did or not. But my buddy, probably about a couple years ago, they wanted their dog was having some kind of problem, and they were like, we need you to bring a stool sample in for the dog so we can see, what's going on with the dog. The dog likes privacy. When the dog goes out, it won't poop in front of it. So she's having to follow the dog, and she's never finding where the dog, because they got some tall grass off to the side of their property. Dog sometimes goes in there and whatnot. And we were sitting around one night drinking, and we were talking about, I was like, you know what? We ought to eat some of the weirdest crap, corn, and all those things that don't digest, and poop in a bag for her so she could just drop it off to the clinic, some human poop that has corn stuff. We thought we were so funny that night. Again, we've been drinking, and it probably laughed about this for 2 or 3 hours. But yeah, just wonder what they'd think. They would probably, obviously, they would know probably within seconds that ma'am.
I didn't know that it actually happens, but it did at one of the tribes I worked for, because we had mandatory drug testing. They pick a random group of people out of the employment pool, and you have to go pee in a cup, right?
Sure.
And if you fail or refuse to do one, then you could be terminated, fired, or you get where you have to be tested 3 times a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Oh, okay.
Over a period of time, you have to do that. I told them you can't have fixed times and dates. I've heard that don't work good, because, they just make sure they're clean for those days,
Right.
And sure enough, we had one character. He had a it's like a small plastic flask with a piece of surgical tubing on the end of it. Had that flask in his pocket, and that surgical tubing through a hole in his pocket. And they don't stand there and watch. They're in the room, but they're not. Hey, that don't look right. So he pulls that tubing out and just gives that flask a good squeeze, and he squirts some urine in the cup. I couldn't believe it when our lab called my office, because I was the administrator of the program. Calls my office and said, yeah, we had 2 positives yesterday, and one of the positives, they can't be terminated for it, but unless she's got a man's name, it's not going to go well, because they're pregnant. I said, say what? And they said, yeah. They said, pregnancy tests are that fast. And they said, and we test because we get it quite often, where guys will have their girlfriend pee in the cup for them at home. And they'll bring it in as a sample, and they'll pour it into their cup at work. And we figured it out. I brought the guy in, and we interrogated him, and he fessed up, and he showed us this flask with the hose on it that he used. I didn't have the heart to fire him. He was that was pretty creative, if you ask me. And he was in a position where you got to be a little creative, So I just suspended him for 2 days without pay. I told him, I said, actually, if you test positive under our policy, we don't get rid of you. We pay for all of the rehab. Don't cost you nothing. Oh, I suppose, he says. Yeah, I said, yeah. It's better than being everybody saying congratulations as you walk through the place. Right. I knew it is going to get out somewhere in the chain of command. Somebody's going to say, oh, yeah, did you hear Bob's pregnant? Yeah. See, and that's why we changed our policy so all tests were random. They didn't have a clue what day, what time of day it was going to happen. In fact, I headed up the policy team, and we wrote that whole drug policy. And oh my God, we must have talked to 15 different attorneys to make damn sure that any actions we took against somebody that tested positive would stick in court. We got that whole policy written. And the way it was is you can't, in the policy, you could not be tested any more than 3 times in a row. If your name was drawn 3 times in a row, then you were exempted from being tested the rest of the year. Because it's not very random when you've got over 500 employees and you're testing 10%. Well, okay, 50 employees, and you're drawn every single month, there's something wrong. I got drawn the first 3 months, and I'm the one that wrote the damn policy. And I was arguing, this policy ain't fair, this ain't right. Yeah, they didn't want to listen to me. They said, you wrote it, you live by it. Oh, okay. A Wizinator. Yeah.
It's a real thing.
Yeah. And Trail Trash is saying, don't ask me how I know. Why I know. You just admitted what reasons you may have known without it being that reason. So, yeah, we don't have to ask. Thanks, Trail Trash. Yeah. Good to see you, WH Outdoors. Had to take my cousin to probation one time, and he had one, and it came apart in my glove box. Not cool. Oh, yeah, I should think not. No. Hey, Mike's World. First day of actual work since last fall. Today, cut down a dozen trees. Whoa. I had a nice phone call this morning. My youngest boy, he goes, Dad, is all that wood out in our yard ready to split? I said, once it's cut up. I said, I only cut up about maybe half of it. I said, there's a lot of timber out there that has to be cut up yet. And he goes, oh. I said, why do you need to know that? And he goes, well, I'm going to split it for you if it's ready to split. And I go, all the cut up stuff that I piled, yeah, go for it. So he's splitting all that wood for me. I'm very good with that. Very good. Because that was 5 big trees that they took down in Running Water's yard. And his little brother's going to pitch in and help me with it. Well, I busted my ankle up before I finished that last summer. So,
yeah, I watched one of your videos from about a year ago, earlier in the week, and you were talking about how tender your ankle was. It was right after you first did it, I think. And I was watching that video, and it's like, oh, yeah. I'm trying to make the rounds and watch some more people's videos,
I've noticed a lot of folks are a lot of folks are going around catching up. I see comments in other people's channels on their videos that I'm catching up on, and there's a lot of people in there saying, yep, I'm catching up, and that's why I stopped here, and a lot of people are doing that now. Yeah,
I like checking out the older ones, because we know who Sty is now. Who was Sty a year ago, year and a half ago when we started doing this stuff. How was he?
Yeah, it was neat to see your comments on the older ones. That was cool. There's a big difference.
I got a heart.
Well, if you get
Sty lets you know he gives you a heart.
Well, but you members, every single member got an actual written comment for watching this Fall in the Canyon video.
Oh.
Thanks, Mom. I will know. Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom.
Yes, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is all I got. Yes, Mom.
Yeah, I got a good ass chewing from Ann.
I write it in caps lock, so you should see it.
Hey, Blake Hurst, great to see you, Blake.
Hey, Blake.
Howdy, Blake.
Hey, Blake, how you doing, man?
How you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I figured that some people were gonna chew me out, and then get her done, Granny. She said she was shaking through the whole thing. That was scaring her. Sorry.
Well, I could see your one leg out in front of you, and it looked like you were kind of the camera motion got a little rough there, and then again you mentioned about the camera going right into the pine needles. So yep, that's the point in which he stopped.
Yeah. It amazes me. It only took a few seconds from the time I went down on my ass and was sliding down, and then that camera hit them pine needles. It only took a few seconds, and that was a good 35 feet that I slid.
Wow.
That's how fast I was sliding down that bugger. When I hit the tree with my right foot, by the time I came to a complete stop, my knee was almost touching my chest. That's how much spring I had to use to stop myself. And yeah, it was quite the ride. Hey, Aiden there.
He can spread his legs, he will stop anyway.
Nope.
Don't. Yeah, that would have been real good. Then you would have heard me saying something on that video.
It would have scared all the animals away within a 1 mile radius of the scream.
Oh yeah, at least with that big gorge in there, that would have just echoed all the way down to Potato River Falls, and the tourists down there would have been, oh my God, something bad happened upriver. Did you hear that?
Sounds like a horny buck. Yeah.
Yeah, or who goosed the moose?
What?
Did you hear that? Who goosed the moose? Yeah, I've had a lot of weird things like that happen to me, and I can look back. I can think of a half a dozen of them at least. That if I would have been just a foot one way or the other, it would have, that would have been my last adventure. I've just been slop lucky all my whole life, and like I say, I mean, I burned up probably 6 of my cat slides now. So
7.
no, I think it's 6.
I think it's 7.
I'm pretty sure it's 6.
Of course, it's 6. Norwegian. Hey.
My doctor told me today, she said, well, I have no doubt. She says, other than unforeseen events, she says, you'll easily make 85 years old. I believe it. She says, the longevity of your mother and grandmother, it's obvious. You have it. You've outlived 2 of your siblings. Oh, and I told her, I said, as long as there's no kind of unforeseen events. And she goes, yeah. So I told her what happened yesterday out there. She goes, that'll do it. That'll do it. She says, yeah, you ain't going to live to 85 if you missed the tree. I said, yeah. But boy, that footage would have gone viral when they fished that camera out of the river. All the way down, I'd be saying, this is it, folks. I hope you enjoyed this video. Oh, shit.
What did you ever see the guy that made the video of how to get out of quicksand?
I don't think I did.
So this guy sets up a camera, no safety of any kind whatsoever, and he gets in this quicksand and he slowly goes down. He tells you how not to panic, and then he gets to a point where he starts panicking, and it made it worse. And you watch the whole video of this guy basically dying. And someone found his camera, and I don't know if it's on YouTube or not anymore. But the guy left him no out. He didn't tie a rope to a tree. He didn't do anything that would have been smart to do.
No.
He left himself no out, and he wound up dying right there. I watched the thing years, before I started. Yeah, so probably 10 plus years ago.
Holy cow!
Wow.
Yeah.
See, and that's the thing is, so people are aware. Okay, for those that don't see the video, I slid down a steep embankment at the top of a gorge. And if you measured it on the ground down, it'd be about 125 feet to the riverbed, down to the river. And I slid about 35 feet of that towards the edge of that gorge because at a certain point, there's no dirt anymore. It's just rock face that drops into the river. And that rock face was at least 50 feet, 50 to 60 feet from the bottom, from the bottom. And I stopped probably about 60 feet from that drop. So I would have had 60 feet of screaming and hollering before I went whoop, off the edge. And then I'd have airborne for 50 feet or more. It was pretty steep. But just so everybody knows, when I looked there and I said, well, I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to walk down there. And I said, it's a little sketchy, this ground. And down the hill. Well, I did look down that hill and I said, well, okay, there's that big tree. There's that cedar tree. If I slide it, if I roll down this thing or anything, just make sure I get myself to go off to the right, because there's some timber there that could stop me before I go all the way off the edge. Well, when I slid down, fortunately, I headed right for the one and only tree that was standing right there. There was no way I was sliding off to the right because the embankment, the camera doesn't show it well, lean to the left. And that's no man's land. Once you go off the left side, goodbye. But fortunately, I went straight for the only tree that was there. Yeah. Hey, wheel life. Yeah. I'm 63 years old, by the way. A bungee cord. See, that'd be my luck. If I had a bungee cord, I'd go down off the cliff and it would go bam, 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 slam me against that cliff about 15 times before it stopped. And I thought about it. I swim well. I'm a fairly good swimmer. And I thought, can I handle a 50-foot drop into the base of that waterfall, into that big pool? Maybe. It's not the best odds, but yeah, I think I could probably get myself to land well enough that I would not, that the fall wouldn't kill me. But right now, that water right now is at about 36 degrees. I'd have hypothermia before I'd even be able to get out of that water. I would have died from shock from the cold water. So it wasn't just the fall that could have gotten me. It's the cold water falling in. So yeah, I do think of all those. What can I grab? What can I use to stop myself? And so I do think before I do that stuff.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, Anne's not too confident with that, but
Nope.
But I'm going back out there, and like I said, I'm going to take a 50-foot climbing rope with me next time, though. Yeah, and I'll just secure onto a big pine tree at the top, and I'll just basically rappel down to a good spot to film.
Mm-hmm. Can you use Phil's hockey helmet too?
Oh, what?
Phil's hockey helmet that he had on.
His hockey helmet? No, I do not want to look like a headbanger. Oh, there's that kid that's got to wear the helmet. He gets mad and beats his head. They would believe it with me. Yeah. They say, look at him.
Hey, Carpy Chris.
Hey, Carpy Chris.
What's up, Carp Chris?
Hey there.
Maurice Herbert,
Maurice Herbert.
Canada.
Or Hebert.
Hebert.
Hebert. Yep. No R there. Hebert.
Nora. Hebert.
From New Brunswick, Canada. Awesome.
I can do it.
Get her done, Granny.
She's been there for a while. Oh.
Gonna find Sty dangling when his rope gets caught on a rock. That's the other concern is I want to make sure the rope's not long enough to get me down over the edge, because climbing a rope anymore, that's not in my list of things to do.
Mm-hmm.
If I can get my feet on the ground and have a hold of a rope, I can climb up just fine. But free air with a climbing rope, what a pain in the arse that would be. If I had a climbing saddle, except I'm not wearing a heavy climbing saddle to go hiking.
No.
Nope. Just carry a rope. $150 of 3/8 poly with 1,500 psi brake rating. Well, see, and that's there's a couple of brands of pure climbing rope, and it's not poly. It's a blend, fiber blend made specific for climbing that has a certain stretch rate to it. Knots don't lock up in it. It's expensive rope, but I'm going to get myself at least a 50-footer. Old Curry we used to jump off when we were 13, 14. Knew it had cars at the bottom till years later when a kid jumped in and got caught up in one. Wow. Yeah, we used to cliff dive into the old open pit quarries up in northern Minnesota. That was pretty cool. Clear water in those rock quarries up there. And at the bottom of the quarries was a lot of old cars too. But they were deep. We scuba dived in those quarries and checked out some of the old cars down on the bottom. There was a 1958 Cadillac in one that, I tell you what, that dang car, there was no rust on the dang thing. It was just deep enough that it was below it had such low oxygen level at that point, and there's nothing corrosive in that fresh water, so it was solid. If we could have gotten that car out of there, because doggone thing didn't seem to have any dents anywhere in it, just to get the body and frame out of there. Wow. Could have restored that bugger. It was hard. What about sprinklers?
Oh, another Carpy Chris video.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of like the clapper, but this one had to do with sprinklers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's lots of different, types of sprinklers you can get for your yard where you just hook it up to a hose and they do the watering for you. Well, Carpy Chris had someone that was narrating a few different types of sprinklers and, was describing them quite well.
Uh-huh. Quite well.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Supposed to take down a tree and wanted to be sure I had a rope to yank it with, but the lawn owner decided they wanted to call in someone that climbs tree to do the removal. Yeah, they don't want their yard dinged up. When we had the tree service back in the early 80s, That's what we did. Boy, I tell you what, and the neck of woods we were in, yeah, a cheap place was a $500,000 estate. Most of the places were $4 or $5 million estates.
Mm.
The Pillsburys, the Donaldsons, the Daytons, yeah, they all had lake homes there, and it was we had. They looked like those big blow up mats they use for rescues, but they weren't quite as thick, and they were heavy. Boy, they were heavy. It took at least 6 guys to get one out of the truck and drag it into the yard. You just fill that bugger full of air, and we'd climb the tree and drop the bigger limbs on those big air pads, because those people didn't want a dent in their yard.
Mm.
I mean, that you ain't putting a dent in my yard. Okie dokie.
Yeah, tree removal is expensive. I bet you that's even more expensive.
Oh, it was. Boy, I charged them through the nose when we had to do that.
Yeah.
Well, and then it was all hand removal. They wouldn't let you put a truck on their yard. So, I mean, you got trees that are 3 to 4 foot around at the base, You got to cut that into rounds that you can physically roll out of the yard. You're either carrying it or rolling it out of the yard. Nothing with wheels allowed on the grass. You had to carry it or roll it. And yeah, them people were so damn picky, but they paid good. They paid for it. Yep. I told them flat out, here's the price. We remove it our way. Here's the price. We remove it your way. And they go, but if you put a dent in my yard, I said, the dent in your yard is covered under that contract. I come in and I fill the dent and reseed it for you. No dents. Okay. And why is the price 3 times more? Because you don't want no dents.
Right.
I can get in and out of there in half a day if I take it out my way. And that includes putting fresh sod down or dirt and seed. Or it's going to take me all day long to do it, to make sure there's not a dent in your yard. And I got to pull a $14,000 air mat out of the truck to make sure no limbs put a dent in your yard. So, yeah, you're going to pay for it. Yeah. Carpy liked the 360 rotary with plastic head sprinkler. I bet you enjoyed that one, eh, Carpy?
I bet you I don't remember which one that was there, Carpy Chris, but they were all pretty
interesting.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah, I miss my Camaro too. I had a 69.
Oh, really?
Oh, and that sucker was hot as a pistol, boy. I'm actually kind of glad I got rid of it because I thought it was going to be a death trap. Eventually, that car probably would have killed me.
My dad had his up on the hood, on the roof. So he went in for, what did he go in for? It wasn't a Camaro. He went in for a Covert in 1967 or 68, and he settled for a Camaro. They didn't have any Coverts.
Really?
He got a Camaro when they first came out. Yeah.
That's pretty sweet. Because I tell you what, them damn Corvairs, I had one of them. And yeah, that's a goofy car.
Yeah, I don't know what a Covert looks like, but I obviously know what the Camaros look like, and it's like,
yeah, the Corvair. I mean, the Corvair is a rear engine car,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were considered death traps like VWs because the gas tank was in the front end.
Ah.
But for a rear engine car, Corvair had a lot of power. I mean, they scooted around pretty good. And a lot of people loved them when they were manufacturing them. And it was all the liability issues that they quit making them. Just like with 3-wheelers.
Sure. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
There he goes. Pew! That fast. He doesn't even get done saying, "I'll be right back." Oh yeah. Chevelle's a sweet car too. I had a '70s Chevelle. Yeah, an SS. Yeah, I've been through too many cars over the years. Actually, they were building the VW prior to the war, and Volkswagen tried to cut a deal with Henry Ford, and Henry Ford didn't like what was going on over in Europe at the time, and said it would be too high of a risk to go in with them, and opted not to. Otherwise, they would have been building VWs in the U.S. way back post-war. They would have been making VW bugs right here at Ford. Yeah. I liked my Chevelle. That was a sweet car. The 442 Olds. I had a 1969 Olds Cutlass.
The Cutlass.
It was a retired pace car for Indy, and I got it for such a sweet price. I think, what did I pay? $2,800 I paid for it. There was a scratch in that car, not a bit of rust, had low miles. But, you talk about a hot V8 in that bugger. I was always doing brake work on it, because you had to make sure that your rear brakes engaged fully before your front brakes would apply, because if you pull up to a stop sign, that cam was so hot in that car would sit there and go whoom, 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 and along with that you would hear chirp, 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 because you got your front brakes locked up and it's sliding your front tires. You could not stay put at a stop sign, but for a few seconds, the sucker would push itself. It was and that was another death trap. That car was another death trap. Yeah. It was built as a pace car. I mean, it had to be hot, But I didn't realize when I bought it, less than $3,000, and the dealer was so happy. He's telling me, "Oh, you're going to be so proud of this car. I am so happy that you bought this car." And he treated me like a million. He even took me out for lunch. Well, then on the way home, I stopped at the insurance agency that I got my insurance through and told them I just bought a new car. "Oh, yeah, what is it?" And I told them and showed them the paperwork, and they said, "Well, let's see what we can do for you." Liability insurance, not even comprehensive. So if I got in a car wreck, it took care of the other guy, but it wouldn't do anything for my car. So the cheapest insurance I could get, $216 a month in 1974. $216 a month. It was going to cost me almost $3,000 a year to insure the car. It's going to cost me as much per year to insure it as what I paid for it. There's no way. I mean, back then, $200 a month. I mean, shit. That's the mortgage on 2 houses back then. Crying out loud, my house payment in our first house was $111 a month. Yeah, it's crazy. Plymouth Fury, 75 Plymouth Fury. Buddy of mine buddy of mine had a 75 Plymouth Fury with the 318 in it. I had the 318 in a couple of cars and one pickup truck. Yeah.
I didn't even get to drive my first car.
What?
Nope, it was a plum-colored 98 Ford Mustang GT, and it was a hand-me-down from my sister. And my ex-stepbrother stole it and wrapped it around a tree.
Oh, no.
Yeah, before I even got to drive it, I was pissed.
Oh, just a little, I bet.
Yeah.
Mm.
But no,
Hey, Dustin, hi.
the license plate said PLMHPY, which meant plum happy. And I got out of the car with her one day at the grocery store, and this guy looks at my sister. He goes, "You don't look plumpy to me." She goes,
Plumpy.
"Dude." She goes, "No."
You don't look
It
plumpy
was
to
fun
me.
though. Yeah. I wish I could have gotten to drive that.
I bought my ex-wife her first car that she ever had that was designated as her car. I bought her a 72 Duster. 72 Dodge Duster. And we put I put it in the shop and we dropped a V8 in it and jacked her up, put nice big meats on the back, and it had pretty sweet mags all the way around, and she loved that car. It was metallic. It had the fleck in it, metallic blue with a white vinyl roof, white leather interior, and that was one sweet little car. I loved driving it, but I didn't like being seen in it because, I'm sorry, it was a chick's car. It was a chick's car. Fast too. Yeah, she wrecked it.
Oh man, yeah. See, people.
Mint condition 72 Dodge Dart. Yeah, I take that back. That's what it was. It was a Dart. It was a Dart.
Dodge Dart.
Yeah, that I got my ex-wife. So yeah, John, you and I were down the same boat, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Actually took her car down to a car rally. It was an old, basically a hot rod rally, and we went to, there's a drive-in in North Minneapolis that it's all 50s style. The car hops are still on roller, well, they're on roller blades now instead of regular roller skates, but you'd swear you were thrown right back into the late 50s, and yeah, we got to cruise up and down the street there. The cops blocked the main street off so that we could cruise up and down, and we're having drag races, and in our class, yeah, her little car did pretty good. Thank God she was too scared to race it, so I got to run it a couple of times on the street, but because if she would have raced it, I could just see, oh God, no, don't hit that. No. Hey, Dustin, I don't have an absolute favorite except for Samantha now. She took that spot, but otherwise, generally, I'm so open to most genres that I don't have a specific favorite.
Mine's Phil Collins, man. That guy can't be beat.
Hey, Chuck. Oh, yeah.
I love me some Phil Collins.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Dustin Dyson.
I
Dustin.
got coffee.
Hey, one state at a time.
Gee, Merry Christmas. John. I love me some John Wild. There you go.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa, sweetie. There's another one of our great members. Good to see
My
you.
phone already slowly passing to that. Oh.
Yeah, that's a car that I really kicked myself about. I got a first issue 64 and a half Mustang convertible.
Mm-hmm.
Had a 6-cylinder in it, But boy, was that a sweet ride. Oh, that car was sweet. But I only owned it for a month. Because another guy had something I wanted. So I traded him the Mustang for he had a 1933 Plymouth 5-window coupe that I wanted to get my hands on and build into a street rod. And the value of the coupe at the time was about the same as the Mustang. The value of the coupe, that coupe today, is still about the same as that Mustang. So I could have kept the Mustang and gotten a lot of pleasure out of it instead of having a street rod that all it did was give me speeding tickets. Speeding tickets, noise ordinance tickets. Yeah, that car got me in too much trouble. They don't like it when you're running straight headers in a little small town. They don't like that.
Yeah. Gee, Merry Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Some of those lifetime moments that
I know, right? Well,
oh, so what are Phil and Ann up to?
I don't know. Sillies.
It's great to see you, Teresa. Are you at work, girl?
Yeah, I'd have froze, John. I would have
Oh,
fanned
cook a
out.
dinner for the kiddos. Okay. Yeah, a moment like that, wouldn't you kind of freeze up?
I know, right?
It's
Yeah, he's my favorite. Anywho. It's quiet.
yes. I mean, yeah. What a quiet night. We got 30 folks in the house. It's just quiet in here. God, I feel like I'm back out in the woods. Only difference is I don't hear the birds singing. Yeah. Get her done, Granny. Hey, why aren't you up on the panel with us, girl? Frickin'
I can, I,
sneak
I
attack
can,
big bugs.
Uh-huh.
That was kind of the way it was with me, John, with all different sorts of big name people in different careers across the board. Where I grew up on Lake Minnetonka near Wayzata, Minnesota, and it was all big money, all famous people. I was exclusive tree care person for the Pillsburys, and well, you talk about some cash, man. I loved that contract. Boy, I made a lot of money. She had one big silver maple tree that she wouldn't allow anyone to touch, not even on my crew, except for me. And I don't know why. My crew was qualified. I wouldn't let them do something I didn't approve of, but no, she wouldn't. If she saw one of my crew members go over and even touch that tree, she'd be out of the house and get him away from that silver maple. Yeah, it was a monster. It was a huge tree. But she paid me $2,000 a year just to make sure the tree never has dead wood in it or anything, and that it always looks nice. Well, hell, I'd go there every 2 months, and I'd use my cherry picker. I'd go up and I'd look through the tree to see if there's anything dying, and I'd trim it off and treat it. I bet you I didn't put 10 hours a year on that tree, and she was paying me $2,000 a year. Just you keep an eye on my tree, okay, Mrs. Pillsbury. Where's the doughboy? She laughed her ass off, though. You know, Mrs. Pillsbury did have a lot of humor for being a rich old gal. She had some shirt tail nephew that he was a short little chubby bugger, and he come pulling in, and he's driving a Porsche, and he had a hell of a time getting out of it. He's so chubby. He gets out, and he's waddling down the driveway to the house, and she was in one of her gardens, and I yelled out, "Hey, you! Aren't you the Pillsbury doughboy?" I didn't know. I thought, I thought it was maybe one of her friends or something. Here it's a relative, God, I heard that old lady laughing, and I thought she was going to have a heart attack over in her garden. She was laughing so hard. She says, "I'm the only one in the family that calls him that because he gets so mad." Oops. I called a Pillsbury, the doughboy. Hey, oh gosh, look who's in the basement. Look who's in the basement. There she is.
What's up, Granny?
Hi, hi, hi.
Hey,
How's the baby duck?
it's fine.
Good.
I think baby ducks and geese. They got it pretty well made at native grannies. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, question style.
Sure.
Are you going to go back and put up a sign right there where you fell that says "Caution, slick pine needles"?
Well, sometimes people need to learn on their own. That's,
Those three guys at the bottom of the gorge didn't put up that sign.
Yeah, I noticed it looked like there was a path there.
Yeah, nobody put it up for me. So, that
Did y'all notice it looked like there was a path run through there?
I did think of just putting Sty on a brown plaque,
Yeah.
and then go out there and put some liquid nails on the back of it and glue it on that trail to Sty Falls, right over Willard Falls. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And I had never in my life ever heard of that place. So it was all new to me.
New and
And
exciting.
it's beautiful back in there. That's just dangerous as hell. That's the worst one that I found in Wisconsin as far as me feeling that, yeah, it's risky around this bugger. I've had a couple others that I go to that Foster Falls and I'll get right next to the raging water, right next to the falls with the camera, but I don't feel at risk because I'm standing on solid rock. But boy, when I stepped off that hill, it just woo! It was instant. I was on the ground, and it didn't hurt to hit the ground. That's how soft everything was, and the pine needles were a good 4 inches deep, and so it was a soft landing. But oh my God, took off like I was on a water slide, for crying out loud. Zoom! Never saw that one coming. And then, like I said, will I go out there again? Oh, you betcha. You betcha. I got to get out there. I'll go out there later this summer and carefully explore and try to find some other vantage points to get better shots of the falls.
Yeah.
I know it's a hell of a long ways, but I might go to the upper Potato River Falls and follow the river up. See if I can follow the river up far enough to at least be able to zoom in on those falls from along the riverbank. But that is such a rocky gorge that it's tough.
It's good stuff.
Good stuff.
That's
Sure.
the Baja Blast, though. Still good stuff.
I gotta get. They don't have Blast in the bottles. I haven't found any.
No. See, it's funny. You see, it seems like in the cans now, the only thing you can find is the Baja Blast and the sugar-free. In the bottles, the only thing I've ever seen. Well, no, I take that back. One time I saw the Baja Blast Zero Sugar in the bottles, but most of it is just a regular Mountain Dew. But
Yeah.
what's up, Turkey Leg?
Hey, Turkey Leg. Yeah. Back to work, regular 40 hours. You might as well say you started this week. The way you've been coming and going from work.
Well, again, I tomorrow I will have worked every day this week.
Yeah.
Whether it was just, like today was just a couple hours, but I got the hour drive in and the hour drive home.
That's it. Is
So, and then of course you're getting up early. So, not that 7's early, but 7's early when you go to bed at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
right. Hey, Native Grammy, great to see you, girl.
What's up, Native Grammy?
Yeah, I was talking about you and Bandit on Spicy Stream yesterday.
Grammy and Bandit.
Poor Bandit having that big kitty right on his tail. Yeah. Yeah, see, Native Grammy got less. She got less grief from her viewers about having a mountain lion spook the heck out of her dog and have her dog come running back to her than I got for sliding down a hill a ways. So obviously they think Native Grammy, she's good with mountain lions, no big deal. Sty, yeah, he can't even go for a hike without almost killing himself. My doctor, that was funny though when I told her about it. She goes, "You're not going to go back out there again, are you?" I said, "Oh, hell yeah, I am." I said, "But I'm taking a rope this time." She says, "Good. Tie it to a tree and around your neck."
Oh,
She says, "Because you got it coming." I said, "Oh, thanks a
Damn.
lot."
That'll
She
break
goes-
your fall.
She goes, "You got no business doing that stuff." I said, "Why not?"
Yep. Me and Ann were talking about, what you said at the end of the video today, and how, the reason you really didn't want to share it with your people, the bad parts, is because I say you shouldn't be out there, which is exactly what me and Ann were saying to you yesterday.
And that's almost all the comments I got.
But I told Ann, had something happened to Sty, and Sty would have died that way, at least he would have died doing something that he loved.
Oh, absolutely.
He wouldn't have died in his apartment, in his studio,
Oh,
picking
God, no.
something up heavy or something stupid,
That is the last freaking thing that is going to happen to me. If it kills me, is to be sitting here in the studio and go,
Right.
no, that ain't happening. I will be out in the woods somewhere, either propped up against a nice big tree or parasailing for one last time.
Well, make sure you prop yourself up against a birch. That way, maybe a baby piece of shaga can grow out of you.
It takes 15 to 25 years for those to grow.
Oh,
If they cut, yeah, that'd be quite a while. I don't know if they'd find much of me left.
what's up, Georgiana?
Hey, Georgiana, hi. Yeah, Teresa, I am glad that you feel that way. For anybody that, and that's the way I see it. Until I can be out on the road traveling around the country, I'll show everything I can that I do up here in Wisconsin, and a lot of people are shocked that didn't know that it was in Wisconsin, didn't know that you had country like that in Wisconsin. Well, it's here, but there's a lot of people that can't get out, and if they can get some enjoyment, outdoor video stuff, that's what I'm here for. I do have another one for members only that'll be going up tomorrow. Either tomorrow or Saturday, that asks my members to give me some ideas of what they'd like to see for the membership. Oh, Freeman James. Yeah, you probably don't want to drink Sty Shack.
Did you see Flannel Chuck's comment right above that?
God.
John's comment.
Plain old Chuck's right above it.
Maybe they'll grow faster on bullshit. I don't know. Is that speaking from experience? Yeah, Native Grammy said that.
No.
She's yelling at the phone. No. I've had a couple people say that they were yelling at me as I was sliding down the hill. While they're watching the video, they're yelling at me. Yeah.
Well, again, you were cool about the whole thing. So, and unless I'd known the story before you got to that point, I wouldn't have really known you were sliding. Again, I saw your jeans, your leg kind of being bent out in front of you a bit, and kind of see you moving. I'm thinking, well, he could have been scooting on his butt had I not known that you were sliding. Maybe he was doing that on purpose had I know you were not sliding. But
yeah, you got to really watch, because it's only about 1 second when I take the fall.
Yeah,
when I go down and the cameras, and then you can tell for about 2 seconds that the movement as the camera's going down, and then all you see are the pine needles piling up in front of the lens. Because I was using the little tripod that I had on that camera, trying to use it as a brake on the way down that hill. Brake. And I had my hiking pole in my right hand, and I slid my hand down till only about that much of it was sticking out from my hand. And it's got cups on the hiking poles so that they don't sink into mud while you're hiking and stuff. But I had stuck that in the ground, and the needles were so thick that the tip of the hiking pole would not reach dirt.
Oh,
So all I had was a big ball of pine needles on the end of that hiking pole going down the hill with me.
No good.
It did me no good whatsoever. Now, if I would have had a good mountain climbing pick with me, I could have easily buried that, grabbed it, and just done a rollover. It would have worked as an excellent brake. But I mean, we don't have nothing that high in Wisconsin that you're gonna run out and buy a mountain climbing pick, you know. But now I'm thinking about it. It wouldn't hurt to have one when I go into some of these waterfalls.
Well, it's like my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law was in rough construction. He's retired now, but he said he's been on some really steep pitched roofs with his big old claw hammer, and something happened where he slipped on an edge and he started sliding down the roof, and he just digs that claw hammer right into the freaking OSB and stops you right there.
Bury it right through that roofing. Yeah. I've seen a couple of roofers over the years do that.
Yeah.
I seen one where he took the hammer and he put the claw against the roof, and he got a hold of it with the head of the hammer with his left hand, and he pulled his body up over the hammer, and it ripped. I bet you it ripped about 30 shingles off that roof before it finally came to a stop. But he was just putting all of his body weight right on the claw of the hammer, trying to use it as a brake.
Yeah. Well, he's not a roofer. He's a rough carpenter. So I don't know what he was telling me he was doing at the time, but obviously there weren't any shingles on this roof. So it was
right.
OSB and him.
Yeah. I did chimney sweeping for about a year and a half, I suppose. And I hated those houses in St. Paul, Minnesota. Every one of them suckers. They on these 4-story buildings, they put roofs on them that like on a big church chapel, you know.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck do you need a pitch like that for on your roof? Holy God. And you're walking down the ridge of that thing to get to the chimney, to sweep the chimney. And you're looking off the sides of that. You're thinking, hey, one slip and I end up over the edge. I'm gone. I'm sliding right. I'm out of here.
I think I should eat these before they go bad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nice and spicy. Yeah, you don't want them completely drying out on you.
Mm-mm.
What is that?
That's a bourbon ball from Hunt for Heat.
Oh, my.
It's got Carolina Reaper and ghost pepper powder and all the stuff throughout it. Pretty tasty, but pretty warm.
You know, metal music, I've only been to Military Hill outside of Wausau once, and that was over 30 years ago, 35 years ago. I don't remember much of it. Oh, yeah, if they dry out, they're shaga.
As real as this chaga.
Yeah, just as real. A little spicier, but I thought of that too. I thought, man, oh man, if I could make a tincture and have a lot of it and soak some chaga chunks in it and let that chaga completely soak it up, because chaga soaks up water like a sponge.
Hmm.
Let it soak all of that tincture in it, and then let it air dry so that it's got all the if it's got all of the heat in it, so what the alcohol part evaporates, and then you could make spicy shaga tea. That could be interesting. Yeah, I didn't get to watch it yet, Chuck. He didn't do too well with it, did he? Kelvin's Corner did the one chip. He did the peck chip. Yeah. I saw that he posted the video. I haven't gotten a chance to watch it yet. It doesn't seem as hot this time, Phil?
Nah. Again, we'll see the first three I had, those ones were made to be intentionally about as hot as she could make them and still keep a good flavor. She said this other package that she sent was supposed to be not quite as hot. So,
okay.
So it's a different batch. So,
sure. Hey, Nicholas Green, good to see you, buddy. I know what Ant's doing.
What am I doing?
I don't know, really. I'm just saying that I do.
You say that you do?
Just saying that I know what you're doing.
No, you don't.
Well, I know I don't.
Nobody knows what you're doing, Ann. Nobody.
No,
Nope.
it just, yeah. Whatever you're doing, Ann, it's Ann. Yeah. Hey, it's Smoking Joey.
What's it up, Fox and Outdoors?
Good to see you. Hey, Chowser. Did you notice? I posted this on my community tab and on Facebook. No thumbnail.
Yeah, I got the same.
And yours did the same, Ann.
Yeah.
No
Facebook
thumbnail.
had some troubles today. Yeah.
What the heck, eh?
Yep.
I thought I did something wrong. I went back and was looking through it. No, everything was right. And no, it's something that the boob tubes are doing to us.
I tell you.
I got nobody using emojis tonight.
I've been using them.
Yeah, I mean,
I've been using them on.
I see them.
I like
Did
this one.
Tonight's around the campfire. Yeah. See, I notice Ann's because it's always the couple and the tent. Now she's throwing a campfire in there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We need a fire. Well,
Yeah,
it will be hot anyway, but yeah.
I finally got my 8th emoji, so I threw a campfire in there.
I am one.
Hey, scrapping together. You're one away from what?
I'm one member away from getting another emoji.
There you go.
So
I'm about, well, not quite, but I feel like I'm 10 members away from having as many members as you.
Oh.
You're doing great. You're doing great. I love it. I love it.
It's weird. It's weird. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, isn't it?
I was telling Ann the other day, I says, you on average have more people that watch you or 2 live streams than I get on average at my asses. So I would have thought you'd have had more members initially than I would have.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Native Grammy. Yeah, the Cougars. Yeah, it's good to see you scrapping together. Yeah, I gotta get some pictures of certain people so I can use them in my emojis.
Crazy
So,
Ann emoji.
I'd be afraid to see the emojis Crazy Ann comes up with.
oh, that could be weird. That could get weird. Yes.
And we know what that emoji is, but what that emoji says, well, that's the bottom half of that emoji. It's like, oh,
Oh, yeah. Hey,
Can you,
hey,
can
Joe,
you use the bottom half, Bill?
Smoking Joe. Thank you so much. Hugs back at you. Thank you for being here.
Kind of cleaning up the house.
I'll have,
Take care,
to pose,
Smoky Joe.
I'll have to pose for Ange emoji. I'll turn all the way around with my butt facing the camera, and I'll look over my shoulder with.
I will use it if you do that.
But you
You
can't
would.
use a full emoji because no one would ever be able to make it out.
No, but
Okay,
I can use
scrap
the
it
bottom
together.
half.
Yeah, scrapping together. I don't want anybody to ever feel obligated to join the membership. I don't know. And my content for my general audience is not going to change. You're still going to get videos. You're still going to get the live streams. You're going to get everything that you've always gotten. I'm not going to cut back on you guys for the membership. I got to come up with something different for the membership because I'm not taking it away from you guys for the members. If I had to do that, if I had to take away from my content for my regular general audience to have memberships, then I wouldn't have memberships. So I figure I have to go out of my way to make something extra for them because
Like
I'm not
falling over
giving
a
up.
cliff.
Not giving up the rest of the channel.
Hey, Sty.
Yes, dear.
I found something weird in my pantry today. I just sent you a message.
Oh shit.
Can you
I
send that to me?
Well, it went to the group. It went to our group.
Oh.
Oh, I don't see it.
It's a video.
I don't-
You don't see it?
Hang on, now it
There
comes.
it came. There it came.
Oh,
Now,
The video.
right,
Okay.
just as I hit the refresh button, it showed up.
I can't have the sound on, can I?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the sound.
Well, I muted it anyway.
Nice pantry.
Bunch of junk in there.
Oh, there's snacks. Plenty of snacks.
Mm.
Oh, you want some cereal, huh?
I love it.
Shit. Oh, you're having too damn much fun, man. I mean, I gotta see if it'll let me. Yeah, you don't need sound to this because all he says is, "Oh, I think I'll have some cereal." There it is. We'll see if this pops up. Can you see that?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Now watch.
You just put the end part.
There's Phil digging around for snacks.
That's right.
I'll have some cereal, he says. Yep.
Oh my. Yeah.
You know what you should
Yeah, he's having too much fun with that, I think, guys.
do? You should leave that in there and get reactions of your family.
Yeah.
Tear the pants
Yeah.
off.
Oh,
Well,
Teresa.
Teresa, I was telling Ann, I'm going to lay that one of these. I'm going to take that to bed one night and lay it in the bed next to me on the floor. And then when I get up in the morning when the alarm goes off, I'm going to sit it next to my wife in the bed and set up my camera and see what happens.
She is going to kill you.
Thank you, Teresa. Yeah, that'd be build up like you do to make it look like there's someone in the bed. get up and real carefully do that, stuff some pillows under there so it looks like you're under the covers and have that head laying there looking right at her. I'm good with that because that might be the end of that mask.
It might be.
She'll go throw it in the neighbor's garbage can, so you can't
maybe
find it.
Maybe that'd be the last one I do. I better get all the videotaping with it done before I do that one, right?
Yeah. Holy smokes! I realized I still had that dumb thing going in the background. There we go. I don't need to see Sty in the pantry more than once.
Right. Well, once I saw it, I kind of lose my appetite. So it's a good weight loss program.
Bad.
Well, it's like
I keep all my snacks down here.
It's like I said, that one with the head in the fridge. Yeah, that's Sty 2.0, just hanging out and being cool as usual, you know. I tell you, you don't want me anywheres near you in that mangini. Because I'll show you what I'll carry you around by. I tell you. It'd be like taking a little kid by his ear.
What?
You're coming with me, Phil.
No.
I would have never guessed that you would have gotten so obsessed with your new Sty friend. I mean,
you know what? It came to life. It really came to life when I stuck the $6 styrofoam head in it. Before I stuck the $6 styrofoam head into it, it was just kind of a novelty thing. And now he's really, it's a real, it's like a real person.
Yeah, there he is.
I think he's nervous.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
What?
I tell you what, I think being alone in a room with you might make me more nervous than them waterfalls did today or yesterday. Yeah. Could be more dangerous.
I think he's starting to understand me too now.
No.
No.
No. I tell you, it is nice, though, Phil, that you found someone you can talk to other than yourself.
Right. I mean, well, the voices in my head. He hears the voices in my head too, don't you? No. I thought you said you heard him the other day. All right. Well, I thought he told me he'd heard him.
He's not admitting it. That's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. A styrofoam head gave it life. Yeah. He's got a Shaga hunting partner now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
God almighty.
All right. Go sit down. Stay.
That is one squared away.
Does he sleep with it? We don't want to know.
I guess so.
We do not want to know.
The beard's getting a little matted.
I tell you what, his beard gets more of a workout than mine does. I guarantee you. You know, I could go back and take all kinds of cuts of things you've been doing with that mask, put them all together as like a montage, and
I'll make one video.
I'll send that to the National Psychiatric Evaluation Center and tell me what kind of symptoms someone like this is really having, and what would your diagnosis be? I know what they'd send me back. We watched it all, and our diagnosis is he's fucking nuts.
Institutionalize that man.
And we don't know what else to say. He's just fucking nuts.
I never came up with invisible friends when I was drinking.
Yeah, I can remember times when my best friends were invisible.
You have him close. Mm-hmm.
They'd come and lock me up, James. Why would they lock me up? Look at that Dive 2.0. You can tell he is being held hostage there. He's there against his own will, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
And he's just cooperating because he's a little worried of what might happen. He heard that somebody's going to cut his throat out, and then he heard somebody's going to cut his eyes, stick lights in his eyes.
That's why I don't give him legs. He'd leave.
Yeah. So, he's living under threat all the time, I'm pretty sure. Behave yourself or else. I'll come up with something else. Hey, Donald Morris. Yeah, I laughed. Yeah. You go ahead and laugh, Donald. Thanks for the support, pal.
We did make him kind of look like the British police officer.
That makes him look like a cadet from the Civil War. The old military schools, especially in the South, man, they wore top knots like that. I mean, yeah.
Camel hat is
all natural.
That was Sty before shaving his head.
Mm-hmm. Look at him petting him. Do you pet your wife so nice that you do with Sty?
See, that's the thing is I think I could blackmail him because there's no way he treats her that nice.
I don't think so.
No.
I think that Sty get more love than the wife. She'll be jealous of that Sty. Yeah.
Oh, Donald, you got busted on YouTube at work yesterday. Oh, be careful. Yeah, he talked about that. He wanted to put flashing eyes in that thing.
Yeah, I don't think Flash. I think he's more realistic without the flashing eyes.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could find a pair of marbles I could stick in there. So at least when the sunglasses come off, he doesn't have that same blank stare that Sty does when he takes his sunglasses off.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy you remember the eye marbles? Because of the glass, the way it's blown, it's got the eye in it. Yeah, there you go. Make them nice, bright blue, would you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about shit brown?
Down the stairs and shouted, "Daddy, Mommy is limp and lifeless in the bedroom." "Don't I know it?" I replied. Oh, you're terrible, Nick. That's pretty good.
Hey, Nick Jones.
What's up, Nick Jones?
What's up, Nick Jones?
Oh, so we wound up ordering. Now, see, you said they were limiting us on that last thing. Under the same email address, I've ordered my member stickers. I ordered these, And then so I did 3 separate orders, and then I ordered my regular keep it spicy with the pepper on them. And they took 3 different orders at $29.95.
You
Yeah,
do?
but okay, but like I believe that. I believe they did. But they won't let you, like if you ordered that one you're just showing us,
Right?
if you tried to order that twice, they wouldn't let you.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well, yeah.
that could be possible.
I think it has to be a unique sticker order each time. Yeah.
Well, they're not
It's
unique. These are
not the
things
same
that they already
sticker
have.
over and over. Yeah.
So I got 150 total stickers coming.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I got
God,
50 of these.
what am I gonna do with so many stickers?
I got 50 of these. I got 50 of these. I mean, well, remember, I only had 14 of these initially.
Yeah.
I got 50 of these coming, and then 50 of the ones like this, but they say members only on them. So
I'm gonna nail them the second they have the holographs up again, so I can
me too.
get another order of the holographs.
Well, I've done up 29 envelopes, so I've easily and the top level's got 5 stickers, and the other one's got 3. So I've easily handed out 80 stickers. I would say within the past week and a half.
Yep. Yep. I got to get any members out there that I've got. Well, I don't see any in here that I don't have, but any members out there, if you're coming back and watching this later, get me your mailing addresses. Some of you, I've got your mailing addresses. I've had them before memberships, but for some of the new members, send me your address. I can't send you your perks without it. And you're just out of luck because this batch is going to be going out in the mail, and if I don't have your address by then, it sits here. It just sits and waits.
Well, for me, that's why I made out the envelope at least with the channel name on it, my return address on it. So I figured at least I have the reminder of who hasn't gotten their letter and sticker. So
yeah.
Otherwise, I'd forget.
Well, all you members will be getting a welcome as a member email sent to you. If I got your email, it'll be sent to you. And that's got a reminder in it. If you haven't given me your address, send it to me. Because I saw Canoe Hound did that. He sent some emails out thanking people becoming members at his channel, and I thought, yeah, that's cool. That's a good practice, and for initial contact. Yeah.
Did you ask for a mankini, Teresa? I don't remember if you wouldn't have gotten it in this mailer, no, because the mankini was like a limited thing. I only had 14 of them. And the only reason this one hasn't gone anywhere is because Ann still hasn't gotten hers.
Just in case she does.
Ann's went out about 3 weeks ago. Probably 4 weeks ago. I don't think she's ever going to get it.
I haven't got that stick from Sticky Mule yet, and that's over a month ago.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
And they sent me, are you satisfied with the order? But I haven't got it.
Yeah.
What's up, Bushcraft Daughter?
Hey, Bushcraft Daughter. Great to see you.
Is that Ellie or Millie?
Millie.
Yeah, I saw her up on
from New Zealand
the other night. Yep.
From New Zealand, and she's going to be moving to Sweden. She's moving to Sweden. Her father changing employment, and they need to relocate to Sweden. So she'll be up in Sweden this year. Yeah. She's looking forward to it too. New climate, the terrain and the plant life, so many different things compared to New Zealand. So that's cool.
It's like discovering a new world.
Yeah. And for her, yeah, that'll be good. It'll be quite the adventure for her.
Be new insects and reptiles too.
Yeah.
I hope you like insects and reptiles, Bushcraft Daughter.
Oh, thank you, Anne. Thank you for the reminders you're putting up.
You're welcome.
The yeah, Anne won't be, as far as geographically, she's gonna be that far from you. She's gonna be in Stockholm, Anne. So how far is Stockholm from where you are?
Stockholm, really?
Yeah.
Well,
You're not gonna drive there in the morning and come home in the afternoon, I'm sure.
yeah, you can drive that, like, that's no problem, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because Anne's in Norway.
It is the place I will move into. Just to say it that clear. Because it's a bad place now these days.
Yeah, that's
What's
where Dad's
bad
gonna
place?
go. His work's moving him there, it sounds like.
What's a bad place?
Stockholm.
Stockholm?
It's a bad
Oh.
place there.
Yeah, I heard there's districts or areas within Stockholm you do not want to be in at all. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Just like anywhere, right?
Yeah, like Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's hard to believe when I was a kid, 10, 11 years old, I'd get on the bus out in our community, which was 25 miles outside of the city limits of Minneapolis. Ride the bus downtown Minneapolis, get out and hang around on Hennepin Avenue and Nicollet Avenue, go to the big Sears Tower as little kids. And we didn't have no parent with us or nothing. You go down there now, you can have 2 handguns and a bazooka and you don't feel safe. I mean, the last time I was on Hennepin Avenue, I said, oh my God, I don't care if I get speeding tickets, running stoplight tickets. I don't care. I'm getting the hell out of here. That is not the same as it was when I was growing up. Whoa, scary, scary, scary. It used to be that South Minneapolis was the scary neck of the woods, but now it's downtown area. It's just, hey, get that the hell out of my hair.
Yeah, I'm telling you. But you fell over. You should do a little less drinking.
Hey, you're not supposed to be giving that stuff to Sty. You
Well, I got to get him drunk a little bit.
can't keep him out of it. Is that the problem?
He's not going to do most of that stuff voluntarily. He's got to be a little drunk.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to worry too much, Bushcraft Daughter, about the animals over there. You're going to be pretty safe. Pretty safe. You know.
What's up, John R?
The two-legged animals. It's the two-legged animals that you need to be worried about over there. You're going to want to figure it out after you're there for a while where you can go out in the country away from those people, most of those people. And I don't mean Swedes. I just mean anybody. If it walks on 2 legs, you probably want to get away from it. That Sweden has some beautiful, beautiful wild country, just like Norway. I mean, well, you look at the two, they're connected. I mean, so. But yeah, that's pretty country. Hey, John R. Timmers, good to see you.
What's up, Vern Acres Hobby Farm?
Yeah, Vern, good to see ya. Yeah, everybody's ready for lockdown to be over. My doctor even told me today. I told her, I said, yeah, I got to kind of sneak around to be out there because it's against the governor's orders. And she told, I don't know what it is, but most doctors are generally liberal, you know. She told me, she said, oh, screw the governor. She says, I'll write you a prescription to be out in the woods if I have to. I said, that'd be kind of cool. You give me a permission slip, you know?
There you go.
Yeah.
You can.
That you're prescribing that I'd be out in the woods. That'd be pretty cool. They stop me and they go, "Yeah, you can't be out here." Doctor says so.
Yep.
Doctor says I got to be out in the fresh air, out in the woods, not just outside.
And he did tell me, because our management gave us another notice today. They said, "We have noticed that several tenants are opening their windows. You are not allowed to open the windows until we authorize it, because it gets down to 31 degrees at night." And they say, "But it's below freezing. Your pipes could freeze." They don't have a clue what they're talking about. Your pipes are not going to freeze when it's 31 degrees outside and you got heat in the house.
Right.
Right.
They're not going to freeze. And we need fresh air in this building. I'm one of those people I've had my windows open. And so I asked a couple other people, I said, "Your notice about the windows, was it highlighted where it says, 'We've noticed certain tenants are opening their windows'?" That was highlighted on mine. They said, "Nothing was highlighted on my notice." Yeah, they're talking about me. So I told my doctor about it. I said, "They're insisting we keep the windows closed. I need that fresh air. I cannot stand being in a house that doesn't have fresh air flowing through it." She goes, "Oh, no." She says, no. You open your windows." She says, "The hell with them." She says, "I'll go to court with you." I said, "Oh, thanks. You're going to pay for the court fees too?" Yeah, I love that when somebody says, "Sue them and I'll go to court with you." Well, wait. You know, I got to pay to file, and I got to pay witness fees and all. And no wonder you're so damn willing. You know, they're going to pay you $25 to spend 5 minutes up on the witness stand, and they're going to bill it to me. No. Oh, great, Mike's World. Yeah. I thought I had yours already, Mike's World, but good. LOL, Sty being a rebel. Yeah. Not me. I'm well behaved.
We're all just people looking for a place to go.
Hey, spinning and winning slots. Yeah, good to see you, Blaine.
Hey, Blaine.
So we had a house about a couple miles from our house burned down. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. I was coming home from work and driving down the road, and I get past. I didn't see it when I drove by the house, but I get past the house, probably about a half a mile. I see this big thing of black smoke in my rearview mirror go across the road, and I think to myself, I was thinking like a big truck, maybe it taken off or something. You get that initial poof of black smoke that comes out, but after another few seconds, I realized that was a lot more smoke. So I got up to this intersection and made a turnaround and went back, because black smoke's never good, right? White smoke is one thing. Black smoke's never good. Usually, that has something to do with shingles or tires or something like that.
Right,
so
right.
Turn around. I went back, and about the time I pull up to this house, I pull up to the house next to it. There are flames that are coming out of the garage onto the top of the house. So this thing is already engulfed in flames coming out of the roof of the garage. Now, when I get there, my first thought process is make sure that nobody's in the house, right?
Right.
But as I get there, 2 police cars show up, and there's 2 police officers running to the front of this place. And I am still probably from the neighbor's yard, probably 50 yards away from the house, me personally. So when they got there and I see them run up to the house, I was like, all right, I'm just going to sit here. Everything should be good. And then I started seeing other police showing up, and I was like, all right, well, now it's just time for me to go. I says, I don't want to get blocked in here. There's no real reason at this point for me to be here. But I drove by it this morning, and it's completely it's not burnt to the ground. The garage was attached to the back of the house. It's burnt down to the ground. It burnt the whole second floor, and they've got all that burnt up in the front of it. So I got a feeling by the time they got that out, they probably ruined that whole dang thing. The house is probably shot. So
they'll they'll total that house.
But yeah, that was crazy seeing that yesterday. But luckily, there was a post this morning about it, and the people weren't even in the home. So when it started, nobody was even in the house. So.
And it sounds, from the sounds of it, it sounds like it started in the garage.
Well, a lot of the fires do, right? Something in the garage, something spills, something falls over, someone's not, the fumes from something.
People don't realize that you take rags, you clean up different things with different chemicals, you throw them in a bucket, a plastic bucket, and those rags can spontaneously ignite.
Yep.
And I was on the fire department for over 15 years, and we saw fires start from combustible fluids that were mixed in piles of rags in the garage. Happens quite often, actually.
Yeah, it's scary.
See you later.
Well, my brother-in-law had one of his outbuildings catch fire last year, a year before last, and he had like 3 of them that are like mine, 24 by 36 size pole barns, which he had all of his toys in. He had his fishing boat, he had his quad runners, he had his tractors, he had all these things stored inside there.
Hi, Brian.
No insurance on the outbuildings.
Oh.
Lost everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's the original Sty Shack. You saw that video I did of the Sty Shack. Yeah, that doesn't even exist anymore. My old partner, once I was out of there, he moved right in, and he had put some kind of birch colored paneling up on a couple of walls, but didn't do a lot to change the place. Except I heard he put one of those wall propane furnaces in that mounts typically between your studs and
Bushcrafter's daughter is leaving, Sty.
What?
Bushcrafter's daughter is leaving. If you want to say bye, Bushcrafter, bye.
Who's leaving?
Bushcrafter daughter.
Bushcrafter's daughter.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see her. So
I tried to tell you.
Well, yes. Really, you have a good night, girl. Oh, a good day, because actually, she's living in tomorrow. We're not there yet. But yeah, I lost track of my thought. So who gives a shit, right?
I don't
have any bruises.
He had a propane heater in between the walls.
Oh yeah, he installed this propane heater, and I don't know why, because it had the wood stove jack in it. I put a regular schedule insulated flue in from the ceiling to the roof, and I lived in the shack 3 years and never had issues. I guess what he did was he's supposed to have vented that wall furnace separately out through the roof, Instead, they went up, they put an elbow in the pipe, ran it over, and vented it into the wood stove pipe. Well, propane, when it burns, puts off a lot of moisture. You don't want that combined with a wood stove or a fireplace. You don't want it going in the exact same flue, because that moisture makes all the creosote stick to everything.
Yep.
You're adding that moisture into that wood smoke, which you want to keep real hot so that it exhausts without the creosote. And they came to the conclusion that it was a chimney fire from the wood stove. Well, I told them what caused the chimney fire. It wasn't the wood stove's fault. It was the propane furnace being piped into that wood stove flue, and the fire marshal came back with the same conclusion. So but he burnt down my Sty Shack. I didn't like the circumstances either, because our other partner up there, she lives on the premises also in another cottage. She said that she saw smoke coming out of the Sty Shack, and she went over there and opened the door and called for Maggie, my partner's dog. And she said, but Maggie wouldn't come out. Now, she also said that she could tell that it was all smoke on the ceiling. And she looked in there and was looking for Maggie and couldn't find her. And she just kept calling, and Maggie wouldn't come out. I ain't buying that for a minute. I've known that dog. I knew that dog for 6 years. You open up Jimmy's door, boom, that dog's out of there on a good day. If there was a fire, Maggie would have been at that door the minute you opened it. She would have, she might have been scared and hiding under his bunk or something, but the minute she'd hear that door, she'd be right there. There was something about that dog. She just wanted to be outside the second the door cracked open. And it drove Jimmy nuts, the way she would always escape. And the gal said, oh, no, she just wouldn't respond. And she says, and I was too worried about trying to get the fire department out there that I went and got my cell phone and I hiked out to the highway till I got cell service. Well, from where she was at, that hike would have taken her about an hour to get to cell phone service. That thing was burnt to the ground. I know it was burnt to the ground within a half an hour. Totally gone within a half an hour. But it literally incinerated everything he owned. Everything. I mean, they found he had 2 shotguns where the barrels were U-shaped from the heat. And, I mean, it was so hot that even metals in the building were bent and misshapen. But it burned the whole place right to the ground. Yeah, Freeman James, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that have said that she started the fire. That she started it. I have my own opinion of that, but I'll reserve that opinion. Uh-huh. Well, before I came in, he said he had to go back and catch up. Who was that Adventures is talking about?
Premier Hill.
Oh, hi, Karen. I was on 5 hours.
Yeah, I tried to look for Karen's channel. I couldn't find it. There's just so many things that say Karen's story.
Yeah, I can't find her. So yeah, she has to leave me a message. I can send her.
Actually, Adventures in the Heartland is modded, so
Where is that?
yeah, fires they're nothing to mess with. Your house catches on fire. 9 out of 10 home fires, the homeowner shouldn't even try to fight the fire. Just make sure everybody's out. A trailer house has a full burn estimate of 15 minutes. A standard trailer house, single wide. Burn time is 15 minutes from the initial fire. Once it is literally broken into open flames, 15 minutes later, that trailer house is a total loss. Anybody inside that is expired within the first 10 minutes.
Mm.
If you smell smoke in your trailer house that ain't supposed to be there, get out. Don't even go looking for it. Just get out of that trailer house. Because I'll tell you what, you can always replace a home. You can't replace loved ones. Just get the hell out. I used to get so mad at people. We'd get a fire call, and I'd get there, and there's a homeowner with a garden hose. Their home is fully engulfed, and they're out there trying to spray down the fire. And they're 10 feet from the side of the house. I go right up behind them and just not even gently, boom, got them by the shirt, and I'd drag them away from the house. And they'd like, I gotta help put out the no. You help by you go over there by the ambulance and sit. You know, you got no business trying to fight that fire. Oh, but I think I know what I'm doing. Well, you're thinking, but you're not thinking right. Huh. Hey, look at this guy. Aha, we got a full panel now.
There you go.
Hey guys, how you doing?
There goes the neighborhood, damn Canadians.
There it goes, man.
There we go. I don't know how it happened, but we ended up crossing the border somehow.
Yeah,
I can't believe it up there by Canoe Hound. They got no ice on their damn lakes.
we've had snow here for the last couple days, eh? Nothing that's staying, but
Same here.
we woke up this
I'm good
morning
with
there, and my pond had I got a little fish pond in my backyard in the garden. It had a good coat of ice on it.
Oh, it did.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, that's good. Now I don't feel so bad that we're kind of slow at seeing spring here.
Yeah, it's been pretty chilly. Pretty chilly.
I can't really complain though, because I was looking back, and it was the first week of May or so, before our ice came off the inland lakes last year. So I'll find out tomorrow. I'm going to be out driving around all day tomorrow again. And so everybody knows I got 30 people in the house. That's, so most people will know. My typical weekly taking in the outdoors will not be posted until sometime Saturday. Just so you know. It's still going to get posted, but not on a Friday. It's going to be on Saturday. This week only. Next week it'll be back on Friday that I post that video. So, but this week, with what happened yesterday and all the video work I did, I ignored the fact that I hadn't even edited tomorrow's taking in the outdoors yet. It's filmed, but I haven't touched it for editing, so it'll probably be Saturday. What are you eating now?
Oh,
Many eggs. He still got Easter candy.
What movie did you watch there, Dennis?
We watched Ocean's 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
Seen it a long time ago too, but have to watch a movie twice so I could actually remember it, right?
Right.
A good one.
Yeah, it wasn't bad there. Sandra Bullock and Rihanna and a whole bunch of other chicks.
Which one was it?
Ocean's 8.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't bad. I watched the latest Star Wars last night. The final Skywalker movie. Yeah, it was okay. But once you've seen them all. That's
Oh, I can't get into Star Wars movies anymore.
yeah. I would have never bought the damn thing. I would have never rented it either. My kid says, "Oh, I just bought it." He says, "You're gonna need to see it," and I said, "I ain't gonna." And he goes, "No," he says, "You need to see it because he says, "You can have the digital copy." So he gave me the code, and so I got it for free,
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad you paid for it, and I get the code and can watch it digital.
Yeah, we've got Disney Plus, and it's on Disney Plus, right?
We got that too.
Yeah,
We
I
got
got
it free for a year with our Verizon or something. I forget what we got it free for a year with. But I got a reminder on my phone that a year from now to cancel it, so they don't start charging us for it.
Yeah, how much can you really watch of it, right?
Yeah, I got Disney too, and the I don't mind digital movies because they don't take any local storage space. So, and I go to Amazon and I buy old movies, old movies that you never find in that Walmart bucket that's full of the cheap movies. You never find none of those good old ones, you know. That you find that B movies, you know. And so I'll go in there and I'll buy some really nice, decent old movies because I got Amazon Prime. So that's loaded up. That's getting loaded up with a lot of movies. I thought I can do this. I don't have the storage to buy the discs anymore. You know, after I got rid of all my movie collection, right now I'm at 185 movies, the discs, and it's like, oh shit! Don't quit buying the damn discs. Just buy the digital movie and
Yeah.
don't have to worry about space.
Now, am I alone in thinking that all the movies that Amazon has on Amazon Prime, the ones that they produce themselves,
Yeah,
great actors, shit
Yeah.
movies.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every one of them. Every one of
Yep.
them.
Same with YouTube.
Yeah.
yeah,
Or Netflix is even getting to be like that now.
yeah.
You go on Netflix used to have good movies. They bring all the movies in, right? And now they're all crap.
Yeah. Now, Netflix, if it's Netflix produced, it's the documentaries I like.
Mhm.
Netflix documentaries are pretty good. Some of their films are okay, are okay. But as far as their movie selection, God, it used to be every month, man, they'd pop up another 30 movies that they typically didn't have on their listings. So you had a lot of new choice. Now 3 or 4, and most of it's junk.
Yeah.
Stuff you ain't gonna watch. The Prime I don't mind because there's their free stuff, plus you can rent anything, you can buy it, and it's anything that's available out in the open market.
Yep.
If it's available on the open market, Amazon Prime's got it. You might have to pay $3.99 to rent it, or if it's a new release, $5.99 to rent it. But it's convenient, and you can watch any movie you want that's available commercially to be sold. So,
I was looking for a movie the other day. I couldn't find it anywhere else, and I found it on Amazon for free. So I was
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Voodoo, Vudu, that one's a good one too.
Oh, yeah.
Got
Voodoo.
tons on there. Yeah.
Yeah. Did I watch Hunters? I don't know. Probably. I've watched so many movies that I don't even keep track anymore. I just say, I think so. If I see it again, I'll probably watch it and say, yeah, I watched that. For people that don't know, I had almost 2,000 DVDs. I had 300 Blu-rays at the time and 600 VHSs in my movie collection. I could have easily opened a rental. But then I had a home theater too, 200-inch screen, all the nice recliners. I even had a concession stand, and it had a fridge full of frozen pizzas and goodies. It had a regular candy counter, and it had all the candy you'd find at the theater and then some. I had a theater style big popcorn maker. So you make fresh popcorn every movie night. And just like at the theater, my grandkids love me, boy. They love me. They didn't like their mom because they were constantly, Mom, we want to go to Grandpa's. I know what you want to go for. You want to watch them darn movies again. Well, yeah. She shouldn't have complained. It didn't cost her nothing. Yeah, yeah. Spicy, I'm doing that too. I watch Wheel Life. I give him the watch hours so that trying to get his watch hours up. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we were on with them today. I was on with them for probably about an hour.
Uh-huh.
How you
There's
doing
a
there,
lot.
Tim, by the way? I see in the chat there.
Yep. He's out there.
We'll get
Yeah,
him up there. I think he got close to 30 people at one time in his room.
Yeah.
I don't think he quite hit 30, but I think he got real close to 30 people at one time.
Yeah, it's growing. His lives are starting to, the audience is starting to grow. So
Well, I think
Yeah,
I think he supports a lot of people, and a lot of people support him. So when they see that he's live, because he supports other people, people feel, people go over there to hang out because I think most people know that he's close to his hour. So
right. And that's it, is if they know, they'll be there,
Yep.
The yeah. You should check each day. Should check each day to watch the growth. Yeah. I know it amazes me. I never dreamt that I'd be at that stage, and it just keeps growing. I'm at 17,000 watch hours this year. So
Wow.
it went from 15,000 watch hours up to 17,000 in a month. That's how fast, because a year ago it's every day something's dropping off. Well, I didn't stream. I didn't start seriously streaming until about this time of year last year. So now it's going to catch up, and I'll find out where the plateau is. And that'll be what I can, if I don't change my channel, that's about what I can expect. And it feels so good when you finally get there and you're going, oh, wow. Because I can remember when I got my 4,000 hours, it was just like, oh, can I keep it? Can I keep it? Am I going to fall below it? What if something happens? But once you hit, I started believing that once you hit 8,000 hours after you've been monetized, after 4,000, once you hit 8,000 hours as an average watch time in your 365 days, you can relax, because you can have a bad month. You might not be able to get any content up, or you might not be able to stream for a few days or something. It's not going to kill you. It's not going to hurt you.
Will they take it away from you? Your monetization?
Yeah, if you drop below 4,000 hours, they sure do.
Really?
Yep. You
I
got to
thought they had
maintain.
at least a bit of a grace there.
Yeah, they say it usually takes them between 2 to 4 weeks to do it after you drop below. But once you're over 4,000 hours, the only reason you drop below that is you quit doing what you typically do, and you're just not getting watch hours. A year later, those months where you didn't have any watch hours to speak of, it'll grow real fast. But in the current period, if you don't have a lot of watch hours happening at all because you changed doing what you're doing, a year ago, you might have had real high watch times. Those are falling off. And they're adding the new day. They put a day on today, and they take one off at the tail end. I hated it because I had one where I had so doggone many views and watch hours on this one video, and that dropped off. That period of time dropped off, and all of a sudden I saw my watch hours go wow and dropped. But then they came right back up. It only took a few days for it to come back up, but you could see that big dip because that one fell off a year ago. Yeah.
I'm just looking at mine now, and I never even really thought to look at my watch time hours and go back to the 365.
Oh yeah, you want to look at the 365 and then look at the beginning of that chart.
Yeah.
You can see how many watch hours are falling off. Yeah. People who sell fruit and vegetables are grocers. Are grocer.
These damn things are addictive. They're like my favorite chocolates right there. Whoop, 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 whoop.
So, Dennis, what have you got in your short range plans?
My short range plans. I don't know. You know what? I've still been working, right? So.
Yeah, you haven't shut down.
Well, I'm working by myself, and I'm only open. My store's only open from 10 till 2 every day. So, and a little bit of work's trickling in here and there. But I know this weekend. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow. I want to get out to my day camp, but it's a swamp out there right now, right? So.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I do have a couple projects here at home. I gotta replace a couple panels of the fence that blew down with a windstorm.
Oh.
And then I think we're gonna be painting our family room that I'm sitting in here right now. So a little bit of stuff. Get that done before the really nice weather kicks in, right?
See, now you wouldn't be allowed to do that in Michigan.
No? What, paint?
Yeah, you can't buy any.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, my wife bought this. I'm embarrassed to say it. She bought it about a month ago. So I just wanted to put it on the wall. So.
Yeah. Make sure you have what you need for that project. Yeah.
All our hardware stores and lumber stores are still open. They're considered an essential service. So.
Yeah, ours are too.
Yeah.
Ours are too. There was something I saw yesterday that was open that shocked me. What the heck was it? Can't remember what it was, but I thought, how in the heck are they essential? But the
Crazy, Nick.
I slept probably
Oh, well, you, Sty, what do you got going on? You going to try and get out?
tomorrow.
Yeah.
They're supposed to have okay, probably tomorrow. It's most likely tomorrow. We got a 10% chance of rain, but that's rain
What
that's
the hell is that?
happening after midnight tonight.
Right.
So really the day there's not going to be any rain. Saturday, 0 chance of rain and in the low 50s. Tomorrow it's supposed to hit 50 degrees. So I think tomorrow I'll be out there. I got to get up into the national forest and see if I can drive. Hopefully some of that snow shed off them roads so I can get to some of the locations I want to go to. I still want to find some late season shaga, and I also want to see if the ice is off those inland lakes. The one lake I really like, Pine Lake, you can't drive in there until, crying out loud, June, because if you get stuck in there, you're stuck. I mean, it could be nasty. So I'd have to hike down into there, but it'd be a good hike.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I got to get back out tomorrow. Just for measure, for the record. Oh my gosh, Nick. Oh my gosh, Nick. Anybody that's sensitive or has children watching, please wait until the chat rolls. Oh, and hit it. Delete it. Yeah, Sam. That's thank you for that. Yeah, expression. Oh my gosh.
I had
Yeah.
just enough time to read it.
Yeah.
Not,
We
not,
all managed to read it, Nick, so don't feel that you got cheated.
no.
It's still a
that one you
graveyard. It
managed
doesn't
to
go
get
away.
out.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can see it on the StreamYard on the panel. So yeah, that's
Oh,
okay.
can you?
Yeah, it
Oh
doesn't.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh,
that's
yeah,
only
there it
the
is.
panelists though that see the StreamYard chat.
Right.
Yeah. That's one thing I do like is the general audience doesn't see the StreamYard chat because it saves everything. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I finally bought the back end of StreamYard.
Yeah, at some point you do once you're doing more than 20 hours a month, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm not doing over 20, but I just wanted the perks of the backgrounds and all that stuff, right?
Oh, okay.
oh yeah.
A little more branding for the show.
Yeah.
Mr. Shannon Knight, what's up, man?
Hey, Mr. Sunlight. Maybe should have been looking for
Ornamental peppers. The
Mm.
yeah, good luck. I'd rather hunt for Shaga. Somebody asked earlier if I was all bruised up and hurt from my outing. And actually, no, my left foot I banged up a little bit, and that had to have been from that fall. But otherwise, no, I feel like $1,000,000. No bruises, no new aches and pains. Yeah, no, survived it quite well. My doctor said with the neck thing, the bad neck nerve that's haunting me, she said, well, you need to come and see one of our physical therapists. I said, your clinic's closed. She said, no. She said, because you've been suffering that neck pain for more than 2 weeks, she said, it's considered chronic pain, and we will set up an appointment. It'd just be you and the therapist. There won't be anybody else around, you know. She said, but so they're actually the clinic I go to. They're actually working with people that got non-COVID issues. You know, make sure that they're still getting medical care, unless it's something that can wait for a month or two. You know.
We just had a big hit of it in our area down here, eh? Or
Yeah.
one of our, I'm in a small town, and one of our local grocery stores, the franchisee had it and continued to go to work for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, geez.
This guy actually sits on city council for the town I live in.
Oh,
And one of our town councilors just passed away. So there's going to be pretty big stuff going on there, because it's like, did he give it to the counselor that passed away from it, or did he get it from the counselor that passed away? And then, being the manager of the grocery store, he continued to be working at the grocery store. And it's like, really, like how? And this guy, to boot, was Citizen of the Year last year here in our town.
Oh, no.
yeah, that's a 1-year term.
Yeah, scandal happened.
Yeah, that's a 1-year term. I don't think you'll see that ever again.
Wow. No.
Yeah,
And we've got retirement homes around us. They're dropping left, right, and center. We got one here in a town near us. 27 people have passed away in the one old age home. And the one that my daughter used to work at, they just lost 2 people today. It's starting to go through there. Thank God she's not in there anymore.
You know, here in Michigan, the last 2 days, the coronavirus cases have gone up.
Yeah.
We've gotten down to 600 and some just a few days ago. A day was our lowest. And today they went up yesterday. I think it was over 1,000 yesterday. And today it was over 1,200.
You know why? 2 weeks ago, Easter weekend.
Yep.
Maybe. People got together they shouldn't have.
Typically 2 weeks they start getting symptomatic, and then they go and get tested. And that's the thing is, you know, if you're going to be out and about and in contact with people, why not? Here, everybody says you can't get. Oh, they won't test you. You can't get tested, and this and that. That's another thing my doctor said today. She said, when you come to get your blood work done, she said, you want us to run the COVID test on you? I said, sure, go ahead. I don't give a shit. She goes, because we'd like to, if you're willing, you know, even if you don't have the symptoms, because if you're asymptomatic, it'd be nice to know that. And she said, plus, she said, if you had no symptoms, she said, you probably went through it already. I said,
the antibodies.
I said, I got a gut feeling I went through it in February when I had that flu so bad for a week. I mean, I couldn't breathe. I got a fever. They had all the symptoms, runny nose and eyes for a week. And then it went away. You know, I had that labored breathing because the lungs were full of fluid and stuff. So, and that was in February. And so for all I know, shit, I might have had it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is if there's people out there that are going to be in contact with other people publicly, yeah, they should be tested. I mean, come on.
Well, they're going to make us 15 people get together 5 days a week. I mean, at least at work, we're separate from one another for the most part. But you walk by one another, you meet up at a copier machine.
It's
there's things where, I mean, you sit far enough away from each other where you're sitting working. That's not an issue. But again, when you're up and about, moving around the place, you know, you're going in and out of doors to all the different places, the bathroom and everything else. Yeah. I mean, if you're not constantly washing your hands or someone else isn't constantly washing their hands.
Well,
you're allowed groups of 15, Phil? You're allowed groups of 15?
No, we're not.
Oh.
But we're allowed to go to work. We're not allowed any gatherings. They went away from the 10 or 10. They said no gatherings at all. And yet they were able to go to work. We can't have anybody in the showroom. We can't be open for business in the showroom. We can go to work and be on the internet trying to drum up business, but we can't
have walk-in customers.
Right.
The you know, the thing is, and I got such mixed feelings over this whole thing, is I just got a feeling society is going to have to bite the bullet and say, going to have to accept some of this risk. Unless, of course, you want to go into another Great Depression, because that's what's going to happen with millions of people not working. Because the government can't keep printing money without money becoming worthless.
Yep. There's only so much room.
And people don't realize, and that was my best course of study in college, was economics. They don't realize what's happening now is if they start having to, basically it's imitation money, it's on the books, but it's still like printing money. They keep that up, you're not going to see the full economic impact of that for at least a year. This whole COVID thing could go away over this next season, right? Next year, we're going to feel all the economic effects that people think they're feeling right now. No, you're going to see it in a year from now when all of a sudden there's insane inflation because the money's not worth nothing. And it could roll over to a depression. And the thing is, and you look at the death rate. Now, I understand what Dennis is saying. I understand. All of a sudden, they got these big outbreaks there locally. But those areas, you hotspot those, and you have to concentrate on those areas, get that under control, and bring that curve down, flatten it out. But it's not not unsympathetic. I feel for anybody that lost somebody to this damn thing. But the numbers, people want to argue about it, but the numbers are the numbers. They are just simple facts. The death rate compared to total confirmed cases, this is minor, folks. Okay, here's a good example. 47,000 people have died from the coronavirus, right? That was Johns Hopkins measurement this morning, 47,000. Did you know that there's over 600,000 abortions annually in the United States? What does 50,000 people dying of the frickin' flu compare to 600,000 babies that are just eliminated? I'm sorry, I don't mean to go political or anything like that. And my thoughts on abortion have nothing to do with religion, folks. It doesn't. So don't say, oh, the religion thing. No, because it's not that I don't believe in abortions. I think a lot of abortions are for convenience and not out of true necessity. They really need to. So, but that was such a eye-opening comparison to see that. Over 500,000 deaths in that form, and we're at 50,000 to this. It's a long ways to 600,000 on this flu. It's a long ways. Now you take a look at people that are dying of heart disease annually. People dying of heart disease is over 250,000 people annually of heart disease. This flu it's not even a drop in that bucket. There's more going on here, guys, than the flu. There's more going on than the flu here. What it is, I don't know. I don't know the answer, but it's definitely something more than the flu that's going on. I think our governments worldwide are enjoying the hell out of this.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're enjoying the hell out of it because they got all of us scared to death of this bug. Scared to death of it. And yeah, nobody wants to lose their life, but I got a gut feeling we're being lied to also. That there's a lot of lying going on out there. Well, I saw an article yesterday of how, and I don't recall the numbers, so I'm not going to throw out the numbers. It's just that those numbers are there. How many? It was a large amount of coronavirus deaths that actually are titled coronavirus related deaths.
Yeah.
And now the doctors out there are saying, well, those individuals were going to pass away if they caught it was because of their underlying conditions, and they would have been hospitalized if they had caught pneumonia and died. The outcome would have been identical. Doesn't matter if it's a virus or common pneumonia, they would have died. And now I've had family members that expired from pneumonia when they were put in a hospital because of another underlying condition, and the cause of death was considered pneumonia. But actually, it was because they had a bad ticker. They had congestive heart failure, and they had held fluids, and You get pneumonia with that, and that'll kill you. I mean, it'll that fast. People that hold fluids don't need any kind of bug that affects your lungs, and so they're taking deaths that would have happened anyway in this period of time, but they're tagging it to coronavirus, and they said they feel justified doing that because they showed the symptoms, but they didn't test them to make sure they're positive because they died before they were tested, so they don't even waste their time. Well, no, it's a corona-related death. Well, so they're not giving us good facts, and that's why this whole thing's, for me, it's, I wish I could know what all those real facts are, because I can't even make a decision. That's what pisses me off. Good, bad, or indifferent, I can't make a good decision. I don't believe I can make a good decision because they're not giving us enough information to really know. So you make the best decision you can based on what you've heard or and we move on. We go on. The world goes on. This isn't the Black Plague where 30% of the world, as we know, it's going to pass away. It's
What bothers me when they're talking about stats and everything, though, is they're telling you how many cases, right? But even the cases that are recovered, like in our local news, they'll say like this area has 486 cases, right?
right.
But beside it, they say resolved. Well, take the resolved ones off of that and show the true picture. We don't need to know the history. We want to know what we got now, right?
Why aren't they showing the net?
Yeah.
Let's hear the net, not don't show us the gross and then say,
right.
Oh, but this many recovered. Just net it. Just net it and say, this is how many cases there are. And then, but every time you add a variable to the statistics, then it convolutes the whole thing. So you can, as statisticians love to do that. They love to say, hey, but if you look at these numbers, well, no, wait a minute. No, we got to look at those numbers. Well, no, look at these numbers. No, stop it. You got too many numbers. You need to start netting some of that out and come down to just a few numbers of the actuals. Just give us the actuals. And people don't realize either is I've heard some of these CDC people saying you could probably extrapolate it out, the number of confirmed cases, threefold, 3 times that.
Yep.
Because we've only tested some. So we haven't a clue how many people have actually been in contact with it and are asymptomatic, or they just haven't shown symptoms yet. It's because there's no way they can test every single human being every single day until they get an actual hard number. There's no way they can do it. The resources don't exist in the world.
Not to mention the people who don't go to doctors, and there's a lot of those.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, my doctor chewed me out because it's been 14 months since she saw me last. And she said, I told her, I said, when I got the phone call about I have to have an appointment to get my meds, I said, boy, I scrambled to get that appointment. And she says, well, that's good. And I said, well, they kind of scared me when they said, we're wondering if you found a new doctor. Oh, Annie. They asked me if I had found a new doctor and they were going to close my file with the clinic. I go, no, I haven't found no new doctor. I just don't go to the doctor. I don't know. I just, I don't think there's a good answer to any of it. I just really don't. If you lean one way, you can see all the negative impact over on this other side. You lean the other way, you can see all the negative impact on the other side. And I don't, is there a common ground in the middle? I'm all for it if there's a common ground and it doesn't take away my civil liberties. That's what really burns my butt is the fact that they're saying you can't, but yet right in the Constitution it says you can't take that right away from me. Doesn't say you can if. No, nothing. There's no ifs in the Constitution. Those were written by our forefathers to guarantee government can never restrict our civil liberties. But they're doing it. Boy, they're doing it. And a lot of people say, yeah, but it's in the interest of the public health. Damn the public health when you've got a God-given born right to something. It has nothing to do with the rest of the world. It has to do with you and your life and your freedoms. If we're willing to let them take them now, you think they're going to easily give them back? And if they do give them back, next time they want to take them back away from you, they're going to say, well, that was easy. We can do it again. And we've got some governors, we've got some local politicians, city politicians that have come right out and said, well, your civil rights don't mean anything right now. Bullshit. There was a revolutionary war over that issue. Get real, people. Do you want to give up our nation and what it was founded on? That's you can pick that route. I won't. I can't pick that route. I want my grandchildren to have the same freedoms I had, I don't want them to think, well, I can't do anything in my life without permission. I have to have permission from my government first. That is totally wrong, because you lose your independence completely. And then you just become chattel. You become property of the state. We all become wards of the state. Now, do we need regulation? Yeah, I totally agree. Just like right now, our fire danger here is very high, so they've restricted all outdoor fires in the area. Duh. And guess what? You still have the right here in the U.S. constitutionally go out there and start a fire. But guess what? They also have the right, if you damage anything or anybody because of that fire, to ream you a new one. You're subject to the consequences of exercising rights. It's just like people don't understand that concept. Did you know that you have the right to murder somebody? People go, oh, no, you don't. You do not. Well, okay. So this guy goes and murders that person. What stopped him? Was there a law that stopped him? No, there's a law that says, yeah, if you do it, these are the consequences. It doesn't mean that you have the right. You're born right. You're born with the right to be wrong. But others have the right to have you suffer the circumstance or the consequences for your actions. So we have to all control our rights and be reasonable and be, and be humane to each other. I mean, it is quite the simple concept. Hey, JCT. Good to see ya. I wish I was where JCT is. I keep seeing her little videos, and it's so pretty down there.
Yes.
The lake and her little gardens around her house, and I'm so jealous. So jealous. I just want to sit in a lawn chair out in her yard. The only thing that, to me, down at JCT's that's a little off for me are the alligator signs. That kind of, to me, that's a little, yeah. That's the only uncomfortable thing I see is those alligator signs. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
guys,
alligators have the freedom to bite you.
They do.
Yes.
They do.
Sty, I'm going to turn in. I'm going to go watch my members only Sty video, and then I'm going to head off to bed.
Oh, enjoy that video.
So we're going to talk to you guys later. I'll probably see you tomorrow or something. And have yourselves all a good night. Everybody in the chat. Talk to you later.
See you, Dennis.
Take care,
I do.
Dennis.
Dreams on.
Take good care.
Yes, sir.
Where'd
The,
Tracy go?
Her laptop restarted on its own.
Yeah.
Oh,
She said she tried to stop it, but it wouldn't stop. So it's one of those things when it says it's going to do it, it's going to
and
do it.
it's gonna reboot. It's
Yeah.
need to restart.
Mine did that on me the other day. I think it was like 15 minutes. So
15 minutes for it to go through.
yeah, it was ridiculous.
I had a update on mine, Windows update, and it loaded the update real fast. And I'm going, oh, that's cool. This only take about 5 minutes. It was the installation took almost a half an hour.
Wow.
The update part of it, where they upload the update, that was fast, but the installation of that update took a half an hour, and it shut my computer off twice. Shut it off, restart, shut it off again. I hate it when it does that. It's like, holy smokes! Don't you know that we're streaming, or I'm on a panel, or
Don't you know?
yeah.
Don't you know? Got that old.
JCT's going to protect me from them gators if I go down there and see her.
Are you a gator wrestler, JCT?
She strolls around that lake and there's gators, and I just keep thinking, gosh darn it, yeah.
I think if you're around the gators, you know how they react to people. You know,
That's it. It's bears don't bother me. The critters up in the North Country, I've gotten used to them, so they don't bother me so much. But gators, I've never, I've seen gators in the wild. I've been down to Florida and Louisiana. I've seen them, and I've seen nasty critters that live in other parts of the country. But I never had to live with them, and never had to truly mingle with them.
yeah. Well, if you aren't familiar with a species of animal, anything could happen. Look at Steve Irwin, right?
Yeah, get stung by a stinking stingray.
Yeah, and then goes and pulls it out. You know,
And like they said, it was a 1 in a million chance that he would have been hit in that spot.
Yep.
That he probably could have been hit anywhere else, but it just had to hit in a critical spot. And the point on them damn things, it's small, it's tiny, it's like poking them with a pencil. I mean, I think that stingray, he knew.
He knew.
I know right where to hit this guy. We'll see you, Freeman James. Well, good night, Cindy. You have a good night there, Hunt for Heat. Yeah, I hated that when my doctor says, Sty, have you cut back on your smoking at all? I said, yeah, I only have one a day. And she goes, you got to be kidding, one a day? I said, yeah, all day.
All day.
One is in my hands all day. Yeah, one a day. She goes, and how many packs does that add up to? I said, I ain't counting.
Who
Nope.
knows? Who knows?
Buy them by the carton. When the carton's done, you go get another one.
That's right. That's right. I looked at my carton. In fact, when I'm out and about tomorrow, I better pick up another carton.
Well, they're technically not cigarettes. They're Gil Skill.
Hey, Gil. Oh, it's good to see you, Gil. Gil Skills is in the house. I have not been able to catch the last couple shenanigans. I've been out of the house on both occasions. The last two.
Yeah, the last one I caught was a couple days ago. He has Sterling Silver and Gemma got up on panel, but I was at work, so.
Oh, yeah.
He usually doesn't have everybody up on panel during shenanigans, so that was odd for me, anyways.
Yeah, that's not typical.
Nope.
The shenanigans is just that quick stream for lunch, you know.
Yeah, that little half-hour thing, yeah. Yeah, Sterling Silver was out in his car with his reflective vest on. He was on his break. Gemma popped up there, and I was like, well, got to get back to my people. But I saw that it popped on.
What really frustrates me is when I come flying in here. I was out of the house, get home, come flying in there, and I jump on, and I see Gil Skills live lunchtime shenanigans, and I open it and I hear him going, "It's been great, guys. We'll see you next time. Goodbye."
Yeah.
Gone. Hey, lunch? I missed lunch?
Yep.
What? Oh no, I missed lunch.
That's what I do a lot of times. I get there and I'm like, oh no, I just got here. And he's like, oh, see you later.
Yep. Oh yeah, Georgiana, I tried the vape. Boy, it don't like me. There's something about the vape that just, I don't know. Yeah, and sometimes it looks like I'm not there, Bob, but I am. I'm lurking and listening and give you the thumbs up, and just not over in the chat. A lot of times I'll have other things going and I'm just listening and yeah, Bob, I sent you the link if you want to come up for a few minutes. Yeah, that vaping is different. I don't like it because it's like the vapor, to me, it just feels like I'm sucking a bunch of moisture in my lungs.
Yeah, I tried
you
that.
are.
And you are, yeah. It's vaporized liquid,
yeah.
that's all it is. And
It's like the other thing, you're sucking a bunch of smoke in your lungs. So, but you're used to that. You're used to that dry smoke. So,
yeah. Yeah, and my doc told me, she says, just try to cut back on your smoke. And she says, give up on trying that vape. She said, it's obviously not working for you. I said, yeah.
now see, a couple of the guys I work with went away from cigarettes. They've got the little Juul thing,
Right.
which has very little vapor to it. It's not like someone that, they blow out a completely, cloud of shit. Like some of my kids, it's like, it's ridiculous. And they got those little things. They just palm them, and whenever they need a little nicotine, they give a little. And there's literally no smell, or mostly no smell, or not a lot of vapor to come from those things. I don't know if that would be any different for you, but
I tried the ones that just look like a little cigarette with the cartridge, and
yeah,
you get about half of the look of smoke. than you would with a real
Yep.
cigarette, you know. And
Didn't work.
they were kind of okay, but I used them so much they became expensive.
Oh, they are.
Yeah. So I thought, well, I'll try the vaping. My kid got me the setup. And hey, Teresa, thanks for using the emojis. That's what they're there for. But I he gave me enough vape juice that holy God, I could vape for a year with that shit. But I'm trying to get the thing set so I'm not taking such a big draw of that stuff each time. And it's got enough nicotine in it. It's high enough in nicotine that it does replace my smokes. It's just that when I use it, I start to cough. And I think it's because of that moist vapor. I start having coughing fits, and I never have coughing fits if all I do is smoke. I cough once in a while, short little cough. But
Yeah.
But that's it.
My oldest boy has coughs from the fact that he's vaping. You know, he's happy that he's not smoking cigarettes, but he has cough. Whenever he coughs, he's like, "Oh, it's not COVID. It's not COVID." It's like, oh, yeah, but he does get a cough from vaping. So
there she is. There she is.
Back down on the bottom. Get back down on the bottom.
Welcome back.
I sent Bob an invitation if he wants to come up. So yeah, that's generally what my doctor said too. Drop that vaping, puts as much stress on your lungs. The only difference, she said, is you're not getting the tar. Other than that, she said you're still getting the same amount of stress on your lungs with moisture.
And yeah, some of those vapes, the smoke looks like you better call the fire department.
Yeah. Oh, running water, when he uses his, and then he exhales, and oh my God, you got to open the windows in the car because, you can't see in the car. It's just a huge white cloud. I told him, I said, God, you have to suck that much of that stuff in? Holy God. I can't believe there's any oxygen left in that. Yeah. Now Anne can burp like the guys.
Why?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't feel like do it right now. Comes when it comes. Can't stop it.
Oh, wow, David. Yeah. Explain that to the insurance company. Oh. Hey,
Sty, I'm going to hit the bed.
Blurp. I heard a blurp in the basement. There he is.
Hey, Gil.
Oh, wow. We get to see him without makeup this time.
Nice.
I'm telling you, pal, that you had me laughing so damn hard. I went back and watched it again, and I'm going, yep. And I thought, what the heck? I jumped on Google, and I got the Lollipop Kids song playing in the background, and yeah, that was cheap entertainment. I loved it.
I'm glad I could help out there. Hey, Sty, I'm gonna head out for the night, man. Having a hard time keeping my eyes open here, and I got to get to bed. So.
You got to work in the morning. It's 11:30 already.
I do again.
You'll have a good day at work.
You're buffering, Gil.
Yeah, something is. It just went
And
weird.
we'll
So
see you one way or the other tomorrow, pal.
we will. See you guys.
Keep it
Keep it
spicy,
spicy,
Bill.
man.
Like,
Much love to you, man.
Mm.
So, Bob, how are you?
I don't know. I think I stink. I got
Think you-
Philly.
what?
Check
Sounds
yourself out.
like a robot.
Flap
Read
a
your
little.
butt.
Keep people away from you. That's social distancing.
It's good to see you, Sty. Samantha, get her and Granny, crazy Ann.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to see you. Ooh.
Oh, you've been on for over 3 hours. Holy guacamole.
He does sound like a robot.
Gil, you might have to rejoin it. It sounds real sketchy right now.
Yeah, your audio sounds a little odd.
Robotic.
Or is it?
It
How about
happens
No?
still.
Still?
Yeah.
Crap.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
like
well, I'll be right
cutting
back.
in and out.
Happens to me all the time.
Yes. When that occurs, Sam knows.
Yeah.
She knows exactly what that is. Just get in there, come back up.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. Karen Story's asking the best way to message you there, Ann. Oh, you're responding. There he is again. There he is. I can already
Testing.
tell.
1, 2, 3.
Much
Yeah,
better.
Yeah.
Much better.
much better.
Wonderful.
Yep. Yeah.
So all I said was hello, everybody, before.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Gil.
Hello, everybody. I sound like a robot.
Be right back.
I haven't worked on since December. Oh, yeah. Native Grammy never hurts to have something going on in the background when you're watching a stream.
Yeah.
Very
Me,
true.
I keeping my focus a little tough. I can't do anything that's intricate while watching a stream.
I'm just sitting here editing videos.
I've got a ton of editing I got to do. So that'll be early tomorrow morning and tomorrow night.
Yep.
Gonna be out in the woods all day, so can't do it out there.
I'll be doing that during the weekend. We'll be going throughout the woods, cutting up deadfall, looking for firewood for next winter.
Fun.
Uh-huh.
What do you do? Do you skid it out with ATV or something, or do you cut it in place and then haul it out in a wagon? Or
We have I cut it in place with a chainsaw, and we have a trailer for our 4-wheeler, and we just we just haul it right out of the woods.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's the way I used to do it. Cut it right where the tree is, and then I'll go in there with the trailer and haul it out.
Till I get my tractor, then it's going to be a game changer.
Oh, you getting a tractor, eh?
Well, someday, probably sometime next year, I'll be looking at picking up a Kubota.
There you go. Well, your place is big enough that a tractor. Yeah. I can see you getting some use out of it.
Oh yeah, and I wouldn't be buying it just for me. I'd be buying it for my parents too.
Uh-huh.
They won't admit it, but they'll use it.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
They live right next door. They have like 30 acres of land too. So my father's getting up there in age. He's like, oh, that's convenient. I'm going to use it.
Yeah.
I know he will.
Yep. Oh, heck, I remember that's quite a few years back, but I remember when I had bought an old, I don't even remember the brand of it, riding lawnmower, and the deck on it finally just wore out, and I'd have to replace the whole deck, not just blades, So I thought, I'd just get a new rider. So I got another rider, And that old one just sat there, and I started thinking, I had a Honda Big Red, the biggest Big Red they made, and that was great. But I kept rolling that thing over in the woods when I was trying to drag stuff out, use it like a skidder and that. Then I thought, wait a minute, I found at the farm and supply place here chains for the tires on that riding mower that I wasn't using anymore. And I thought, hey, so I mounted a basket on the back of it that I filled with rocks, and I had chains on the back tires, and I took the deck completely off, and I pulled an ATV trailer behind that riding lawnmower. They'd see me going through the woods on that riding lawnmower, and they go, there goes that kook again, driving through the woods on his riding mower. Hey, I got lazy. Yeah. Yeah. Don't mind me. I'm just mowing the woods. Then I started using the dang thing to drag deer in with, I'd shoot a deer out there, and I could drive around those trees with that riding tractor with the trailer behind it, right up to the deer, and throw them in the trailer and drive back out of the woods. No more dragging. Yeah. As you get older, you start really appreciating some of those
Toys.
bigger power tools.
Yes.
I always use power tools around the ex-wife, I just,
Yeah.
you're buying another toy. No, it's a power tool, really.
That's a buzzword for quick justification.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spontaneity justification of purchase.
Yeah.
It's a power tool. We need it.
Yes.
That's right.
I tried to convince her to let me buy a regular, fairly full-sized utility tractor because our driveway was half a mile long, and it was gravel, and you got to keep that driveway groomed, otherwise all the gravel will get pushed off it, And so I'm out there with that little riding lawnmower with a mattress spring drug behind it with a bunch of cinder blocks on it.
I've done that.
Grooming my driveway. It works like $1 million. It does. People don't get it. It works like $1 million. But I did that mainly because I'd go in the house and I knew it worked great, but I'd go in the house and go, oh, that dang tractor and that spring, what a waste of time. If I had a real tractor with a back blade on it, oh, man, we'd have a nice driveway. You're not buying a tractor. Yeah. So I ended up with a really nice, I don't even remember the model, but it was a little Ellis Chalmers with a back blade on it. And the way I got that is they started dragging my driveway because I drove a truck. And the wife, she drove a nice low riding Thunderbird. So I started dragging the driveway, all the gravel to the center. So it's peaked in the center. So she couldn't drive out of there without ching, 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 ching across the bottom of the car, So, that damn driveway. What do I have to do? Drive
That's
a truck?
deliciously evil, Sty.
I told her, I said, there you go. See, I can't maintain it with that little lawn tractor. I need a real tractor. Fine. Keep it cheap. Okay. So I got that little Ellis Chalmers, and that was fun. That was fun because you can do a lot with a tractor like that. But, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a friend of ours on here, Alexander. He's got such a long YouTube name. I'm not going to try to remember. It's some old farm, this and that, and this and that, something. I mean, I didn't know YouTube let you have channel names as long as his, but he just bought a Ford 8N or 9N. He got a 9N, and I told him, I said, you got yourself a good little tractor that's got a live PTO on it. I mean, I said all the things you can get for that log splitter. I mean, I could just think of all the fun you can have with that bugger. I had an 8N for about 2 years, and I loved that. That tractor was great. I had,
I'd make use of that PTO too. I mean,
oh yeah,
the bush. I want a bush hog. That's the first thing I'm going to get with that tractor is get a nice big old bush hog.
yep.
Go nuts throughout the woods, blazing paths.
That's what I ended up because I had a bush hog for the 8N, and in fact, that was after my Ellis Chalmers, right after, and our woods had the most beautiful groomed walking paths through it because of the brush hog. I mean, I just drove through with my tractor, nice weedy trails all through our woods and back to the house. We had 80 acres, and I bet you I put in close to 2 miles of trails through our woods, and I just go out there once a month and run down those trails with the brush hog, and everybody loved it, man. We're gonna go walk the trails. Otherwise, they didn't want to walk in the woods. I'm not stepping over nothing. I don't want to walk through the brush.
So you made it worth their while.
Yeah, and I did find that when I got the wagon for behind my Big Red, I just used it for hauling wood and other stuff, yard debris and stuff. And then when I rigged up that little lawn tractor with the wagon behind it, that worked good. And nobody ever said that I should do this or that with it. But then once I got that 8N with the brush hog and I put those trails in, I am saying grandkids wouldn't leave me alone. Grandpa, you going to hook the trailer up to the lawn tractor and take us for a ride down the trails? I all of a sudden it became the Sty Tour service. I'd get half a dozen kids in that wagon, and I'm driving my lawnmower through the woods down those trails, and the kids are having a blast.
You enjoyed it, and you know it.
Yeah. I enjoyed it until my ex-wife said, "You were drinking a beer while you're giving those kids a ride through the woods." I said, "This tractor don't get over 3 miles an hour. And it don't have no blades on it or nothing. You could have crashed it." I said, "No, there's no crash with this thing. It's so slow." I said, "It's a thump." And I said, and when I thump into something, the kids laugh their tails off. So, yeah.
So, like, is she completely unaware at the time of like your beer drinking tolerance or something? Usually, one beer doesn't do anyone in, or most people in, I should say.
Yeah. Well, no. And at that time, I didn't go anywhere on my riding tractor without a beer. I mean, I could pull right up to the garage, right up to my refrigerator, and there's the empties garbage can. Open the fridge, grab a new beer, back the tractor out, and off you go again. You know, so I never carried more than one beer with me at one time. But then I never got more than 2 or 3 minutes away from my garage fridge either. Phyllis Creepy Videos, hi. Did a solo live stream on my channel for an hour this morning. Then tonight went on live with friends, and we all watched Pet Cemetery 2. Oh,
That's cool.
Yeah. Movie night. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't know that diabetes would affect a person's alcohol tolerance because it never affected mine. I've been a diabetic for 27 years, and it never affected me differently than before I became diabetic. The only problem is yeah, you got to be careful with the drinking when you're diabetic because there is a lot of sugar in alcohol, by the way. Yeah, just buy Splenda. Read the packet. It says 0 sugar. Read the packet. What's one of the ingredients? alcohol sugar. They actually distill the alcohol to get the sugar out of it. And then they call it a zero sugar product because it's not considered natural sugar. It's just the sugars in the alcohol.
A bit of a deception, nonetheless.
Yeah, just a bit. The no, I've had alcohol really sweeten up an occasion, and no sugar involved at all. That's
If I can raise that a little bit, maybe.
a lawn tractor lawn gets cut quicker because you're hydrated.
I was reading that. That's why I was laughing earlier. I was reading Metal Music Maniac's comment.
Yep. Well, I always said that. No, I had a bunch of properties I managed, and we have the lawns to mow, and I contracted to mow the hospital one year, and we had a bunch of assisted living complexes with big yards that we had to mow, and I had one employee. Oh, he wakes up with a beer in his hand. I mean, it's not open yet, but he wakes up and then it's open. But that guy, if I showed up on the work site and I see he's mowing and he's got that tractor in fifth gear, that means he's trying to get back to his truck as quick as possible because his beer's empty.
Oh,
yeah. Otherwise, he's tooling around in second gear, drinking his beer, and as soon as that beer is empty, pop that thing into fifth gear, and the lawn's half-ass mowed because he's trying to get back to the truck.
The type of guy that has a mini fridge in every room topped off with beer.
Yeah, he is. I went to his deer shack one time, and he had this beautiful, nice, big, fluffy-looking couch. I walked over there, and I just plopped in that couch. Damn near broke my back. Hard as a freaking rock. I mean, it's just like sitting on concrete with a little foam pad on top. And I go, what the hell? And I lifted the cushion. Then I threw all three cushions off, and I go, what is that? And he goes, oh, that? Yeah, that's about 14, 12 packs under there. It was all 12 packs of beer under that sofa with cushions on top.
Now that's support.
Yeah. He told me I said, that's hard as a rock. And I said, you told me I was sleeping on the couch. And he goes, if you want a soft couch, you better start drinking. Oh no. I gotta drink the top layer to get this thing cushy. Now,
well played.
Yeah.
Get drinking.
And that's the way he was. That guy, he was a character, that guy. For him in a social setting, a beer is like, it's 2 chugs and the can's gone. And he's always walking around with a can or 2 in his pockets. And he's the kind of guy, he gets fairly intoxicated, and that's where he stays. And then he could drink that way for hours, and he doesn't get worse. He just gets to that point, and that's where he stays as long as he just keeps drinking the way he does. And I don't know how he ever maintained like that. But what a worker. I mean, the guy was he was a hardcore worker, boy. But drunk all the time. Nobody would hire him because he'd drink on the job. And I hired him because he was such a dang good worker. And he ran heavy equipment too, and that's scary. I mean, the guy's a drunk, but put him on a D9 Cat, put him on an excavator. I mean, talk about a pro. And you know that he couldn't. I mean, the cops wouldn't let him get on a bicycle at his blood alcohol levels. But I could put him on a heavy piece of equipment, and he did just wonderful. And weld. The guy could weld. most of our equipment had aluminum, like the hydraulic fluid tanks were aluminum. Some of the fuel tanks were aluminum. This guy was an ace welder on aluminum, and that's a bitch to be good at welding aluminum. And the guy's all tanked up, and he can lay an aluminum bead like you wouldn't believe. I don't know. Yeah. Sounds like a Finnish guy I worked with ages ago. Yeah. Yeah.
I hate making thumbnails.
Thumbnails, aren't they a blast, eh?
Oh, they're so much fun.
That's why mine are very basic and straightforward.
You let YouTube pick yours, don't you? No.
No. I finally quit doing that. I have to say finally. There were the days, you got to keep in mind my channel's been up for 5 years. So there were a few years there where, I get 3 choices and they all suck. Which one? I didn't even know how to put text over them, it's just a damn picture, and yeah.
There we go.
I'm
done. I'm done with this thumbnail.
I'm at my happy place now with thumbnails and editing. I just use Canva and Filmora now. They're just my go-tos. And
I use, believe it or not, I use PowerPoint.
PowerPoint?
Yeah, just simply because I have it.
Right. Yeah. And PowerPoint's made to do presentation slides, and that's all a thumbnail is. I mean, you're just creating a presentation slide. And
of one.
Yeah. My one slide show. And I'm surprised I didn't go that route, because for years I was doing PowerPoint presentations constantly. I had to develop and do a lot of trainings for my staff. So I was using PowerPoint almost daily just to build these presentations for these workshops and that. And I'm surprised after I was out of that work and then got into YouTube that I didn't gravitate to using PowerPoint. I didn't think about it until after I got to Canva, and I can't remember what it was. Somebody sent me, and I opened it, and it opened it under PowerPoint, and I'm thinking, why wasn't I using that? I could have been using that.
Guys, reviews.
Yeah, slideshows isn't a thing like it was in the 70s and 80s. But my very first video on my channel, that's nothing but a slideshow. In fact, the first 2 videos were nothing but slideshows. And I've done a couple others over the years where, I'll have a live intro, but then the rest of the video is all slideshows. I like Filmora because I can do slideshows and do music and voiceovers on the slideshow. Then it doesn't seem like it seems a little more live, instead of just watching pictures and text going by. Drop. There's a lot of folks that use Photoshop. Yeah, that's the way it is for Canva for me too. I just got a still picture, pop it into Canva. It takes me maybe a minute or 2 just to type my text into it and tweak it, download it. It's ready to get slapped into the video upload.
I've tried Photoshop a couple of times. It's not that I don't like it. It just seems like the learning curve's a little steep on it.
That's what I thought too. It was too involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to get too intimate with it.
Oh, there's.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna explain that, but
The best.
yeah, because there's been a few times in Photoshop where I go, "This is effed." What do I do next? How do I fix this? Yeah, lots of oral sex.
Oh shoot, my phone's not here.
Hey, what forget me?
Oh shoot.
Yeah, that's the thing nowadays is, oh, Teresa, my voice is soothing. Did you just wake up, girl? I have so many of my viewers that, oh, Sty, I'm back. I fell asleep for the last hour. You put me to sleep.
Well, that's actually a good thing for some people. Some people can't sleep.
Right.
And
Well,
sometimes
whatever
you're
I can do.
soothing enough to
Right.
get people to fall asleep, which is good.
If I can help them out, I'm all for it. Hey, Viper Gaming, hi. Yeah, I don't know if you heard earlier, Gil, but I got memberships now, and for the members, I was thinking I got to put something up there. And I kept saying, well, if I have an outing and I'm doing a video and there's some good behind the scenes stuff that they might find funny, I'll pop that up for them, right? Well, I had an incident yesterday. I damn near fell 135 feet into a river. Big, steep gorge. I took the wrong step and slid 35 feet down that thing and hit a pine tree. There was nothing beyond the pine tree except about another 65 feet. I would have slid about another 30 feet, and then it would have been another 50 feet, actually, to the river off of the stone cliff there.
You okay?
And I had my camera running when it happened. So I let my members get to see all that crap.
That's smart. That's smart.
I mean, I thought, oh, there's some behind the scenes that they can watch, It was, oh, I'm fine. I didn't get hurt at all. I skinned up my one knee climbing out of there. But when I came to a stop, I was literally laying on my back. The camera dives right into the pine needles on the forest floor. The footage is okay. I thought it was going to be more dramatic, but it's okay. But I picked that camera up out of the pine needles, and I'm filming, and if they could have only seen, and I should have turned the camera towards me so they could have seen, I was laying on my back while I'm doing that, filming after I slid down there, because there's no way I could stand up. I was at a 45-degree angle on my back. That's the hill I slid down. I was almost upright, leaning against the hill. And so, yeah, I'll do that. Ann. Thanks, Mom. Mom tells me when to take my pills. I had my first doctor's appointment 14 months today, and it was a virtual doctor's appointment. It was supposed to be on Zoom, but we couldn't get it to work, so I ended up on the phone. And I told my doctor, Ann, I said, I'm real fortunate. I said, I have a new mom. And she goes, your mother passed away 2 years ago. I said, I have a new mom. I said, and she's a really good one. I said, she always lets me know at 11 o'clock, Sty, did you take your pills? Or like tonight, take your pills. She's not asking. And then so often, either during the stream or right after the stream, I'll get a Facebook Messenger message from her. Sty, did you eat today? I mean, she's such a mom. I can't believe it. And oh, did she get pissed at me when I put that video up about sliding down that into that ravine today or yesterday? Oh, that pissed her right off. Oh, she's just chewing me out like a little kid, like I'm a little kid. You quit doing that shit out there. What's the matter with you? Yes, Mom. Listen to her laugh. She loves
Crazy Ann.
I'm sorry.
I'm skin and bones. I'm skin and bones. My
I
arms,
am
Sorry for keeping
my arms,
stuff on
I
this.
got to get my arms built back up, but really, I'm not. There is skin, there is bones, and there's a belly.
A little
That's
belly.
skin and bones. I weigh 220 pounds, and I'm 6 feet tall. You know, that's not skin and bones.
So you're saying you had enough padding to get you through without too much of an injury?
No, actually, I was amazed I didn't get that. I didn't feel it. It's because the 4 inches deep those pine needles were down that hillside.
So you had a bit of a cushion from that too.
So when I landed on my ass, I mean, I went flat on my ass and my shoulders just boom hit the ground. It felt like I was flopped backwards into a waterbed. It was that soft. It didn't hurt at all. It was just a good thing because I got no ass. I would have busted my tailbone for sure. On dry ground, oh, that would have hurt. But no, I crawled out of there and I thought, and I was even checking myself out and I'm going, ooh, nothing hurts. What the hell? I can't believe it. Yeah, nothing hurts. But I was telling them earlier that I told my doctor what had happened, and she basically told me, she said, she goes, you're not going back to that location, are you? I said, oh yeah, I got to get back out there. She goes, you're crazy. I said, no, I'm going to take a 50-foot climbing rope with me this time, though, and I'm tying myself off to a tree, and I'm going to kind of rappel down to those spots, and that way I know I can only go just so far. She goes, oh, that's a good idea. She says, make sure to tie that rope around your neck. She says, because you got it coming. She says, you're so damn stupid. You got it coming. Tie that rope around your neck. Now, that's my doctor. I mean, oh, my gosh. Hey, Roman Flyer. Great to see Lady Nighthawk. Hi.
You get a good bedside. You got a good doctor when they have a bedside manner like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I love her. I told her I'd marry her. And she says, I'm happily married the way it is. I said, oh, no, I can get rid of him. You know, that's easy. I can get rid of him.
I know I could take it for a walk down where where there's a nice gorge.
Yeah, I'll throw him a waterfall.
It's a slip and slide. Oops.
You know, and it was a waterfall I've never seen before. I've never been there before. Didn't even know it existed. I'm hiking in there just all excited, except that I thought I'm going to get in there and it's going to be some wimpy little 4-foot high waterfall, you know, all this walking and I'll see a little trickle over a rock or something. Oh, shit, no. It's a huge rock gorge. And it's like I told everybody, literally, all I would have had to have been is another foot to the left, and I would have gone down the rest of that needle-covered part of it and gone off a 50-foot cliff right at the base of the waterfall. And that camera would have been running. You talk about a viral video when they fished that camera out of the river. Yeah. Well, we know what happened to him. You should have heard his language all the way down. That's it.
I can only imagine that might be worth the membership alone just to watch that video. Now that I know you're okay,
But Samantha can tell you, because she left it in the comment too. She says, yeah, you did remain pretty cool, pretty calm through that. I was calm through the whole thing, and I just got the camera back up and was filming, going along like it's all part of the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
I never cussed once. I didn't, I didn't sound panicky or anything. I rewatched it. And I was really surprised at myself that I was in that I'm doing a video for people to watch frame of mind, and it stayed there all the way through the event. But if I would have missed that tree, I told everybody, yeah, that camera would have been going, and as I went off the edge of that and I had that 50-foot drop, I would have turned it around so you could see my face and the rocks and the river down below me, and I'd go, I sure hope you all enjoyed this final video of the Sty North channel. Goodbye.
Oh my God.
So what Sky really did was he slipped, he fell, he hit the pine tree, got up, looked at the camera, and said, "I meant to do that."
But you know the worst part, Gil? Climbing out of there, I had to push the pine needles away so I could get down to the dirt to try to get any traction. I had to bury my fingers right to the palms of my hands into that dirt to climb up, and I would climb it. Each time I made any momentum up, it was about 2 feet. So in every 4 feet, I'd slide back 2 feet. So it took a while to climb out of there, but I didn't have the camera running. But when I got to the top of the hill, I turned around and I looked down. Oh, I was pissed off. I had a brand new unopened bottle of Mountain Dew in my pocket. And when I got to the top of that damn hill and looked back down there where I thought I was going to die, there's my pop. Bright green, sticking out of the pine needles. And I'm like, what are you doing down there? Fell out of my damn pocket. So I didn't film it. I was so pissed at myself after the fact. I didn't set the camera up on the tripod, and I slid back down that hill, got my pop, and I threw the pop up onto the top of the hill. It was only about 35, 40 feet, so I was able to throw it that far. And I had to climb all the way back up that damn thing a second time because I was not going to leave first of all, I don't leave garbage in the woods. Pack it in, pack it out. Second of all, I was thirsty after all of that excitement, and that's all I had to drink was that Mountain Dew down there. So I had to go get it.
Didn't explode on you when you opened it up, did it?
Oh, no, I was real careful. I was real careful. Yeah. Ann thinks I'm nuts. Did you see me dancing around at the end of that video? I was talking and saying, yeah, I feel real good.
I just want to kick your ass after that. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, she wanted to kick my ass. Yeah.
And you went down there like the second time. Yeah, you really need a spanking.
Yeah, she said I needed a spanking for doing it.
I think I don't know. He might like that more than you do.
Well, I will do it. So
I'm willing. She's got to keep in mind the camera's going to be on. Yeah.
I don't care.
Spanking with long strips of bacon.
Oh, that's
the bacon is here for you, Gil. The bacon is here for you.
There's nothing like a spanking.
That's a me thing.
Spanking and breakfast all at one time. Yeah.
Well, you can eat bacon and watch me spank you. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, eat the bacon while getting spanked.
You can eat the bacon and watch me spanking you.
Twinkies.
Yeah, that's dessert.
Oh, he can record it while I spank you.
Yeah.
So my goal is to go running
large amounts of money to help people during this time of crisis. We have to show love. God is great. Yeah. Hey, that's great, Pfeiffer. That's great. Yeah.
You have a good heart, sir. That's amazing.
Yes, he was amazing in loving. He was really amazing. So.
And that's it. Is you're seeing the awesome side of people coming out. I mean,
Yeah.
it's great when you hear that people are out there helping others out. And I got a little bit of a financial windfall, and there's my neighbor right next to me. He can't go shopping himself physically. He can't get out to go shopping himself. And the gal that would provide that service for him to go do his shopping, because of the COVID thing, the company she's with, her role as a home healthcare type person, they basically put him on furlough and said, no, we don't want you in and out. You're in and out of too many different people's homes and this and that. So they're only providing the medical side of things, but not these will run errands for you kind of things. And I know this guy, he's actually living on less than I do a month. And I live fine. I don't have anything to squawk about. But with what he's getting and some of his other costs associated with his disability, he can't afford to do much. And this gal was so picky, he'd give her a shopping list and say, make every dollar count, generic everything, make sure everything's dirt cheap. And the other day, Tom was telling me that he doesn't get that service anymore. And he says, I'm trying to figure out who could go do my monthly shopping for me. I said, hell, give me your shopping list. So I filled his shopping list. I went to his house, set all the bags outside his door, boom, boom, boom on his door. And I yelled, Tom, your groceries are here. And I went in my apartment. Our doors are only about 6 feet apart. I go in my apartment. Now, it's hard for this guy to really get around, and I could hear him. He opened his door, and I could hear him. He's hauling them groceries in. It was a lot of groceries. It took 2 trips to haul him up to his apartment. And all of a sudden, he's pounding on my door. I thought he was going to knock it down. I go to the door, and I open it, and he's standing out there. He's got his hands on his hips, and he goes, the receipt so I can pay you? I said, oh, my God, I lost the receipt. I said, I'm sorry, Tom, I lost the receipt. And he goes, oh, my. He says, you got to remember what it costs. And I said, oh, I don't know, maybe $10. And no, his grocery list came to $135. And he's pissed at me. He's pissed because he got everything on his grocery list. And I told him, you give me more than $10. I said, I ain't talking to you ever again. And he caved in, gave me the $10, and he went home to put his groceries away. And all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom on my door again. He goes, and he thinks the groceries were worth $150. No, they were $130, $20 less than that. But it's none of his business what they cost, They're $10. That's the way I saw it. He goes, there's nothing generic in there. No great value stuff. It's all name brand stuff. And I said, but it's everything that was on your shopping list, right? He goes, well, yeah. He says, I don't know if my system can handle good food. So, and he started saying, oh, well, I can't believe, that was so kind and this and that. And, well, I just don't see it that way. I just see it as, you got to do what you got to do. And if you know somebody and they're a close acquaintance and they're not getting by and you can help them get by, just do it. There's no praise needed for it, nothing. You just do it. And I get a kick out of it when they argue with you and you go, Yeah, you don't make my decisions for me. Shut up. Take it. And he even told me, I'm going to send all them groceries right back out front of your door. I said, don't do it. My pantry's freaking full. I got nowhere to put that shit. I said, you're keeping it. Don't you be trying to give it back. Hey, Nicholas.
Hey, Nick.
I sent him a link, so he has the link if you want to come up. So yeah.
He's got a link.
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
William Simpson, good to see you.
You always come when we end it. Then you jump on.
I know. That's why.
Yeah.
He's a little turd, I'm telling you.
Yes, I will not play Rocket League with you for a long time if you don't come up before stream ends.
Nicholas. The other night, I don't remember what night it was. I turned my PS4 on because I thought I'll watch something before I go to bed. And I turned it on, and both of you were up. And I saw that both of you were in Rocket League, and I thought, oh, they're on there together.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I was there, but that was that yesterday. I was there. Was like going to go play Rocket League, but I was like, fuck it. So yeah, no, I didn't. I just stand there for a while, but yeah.
And can you put Viper Gaming's link in the chat for Lady Nighthawk, please?
Oh, of course. Or yeah, I can do that.
She can do that.
Thank you, Lady.
I can do that. No, I haven't played for a long time. I really want to play, but yeah, you know.
God, I'll have to see. I'll have to see, girl. Maybe Saturday night. I can, eh?
Yeah, I want to play with Sty.
I want to play with Sty. He just wants to beat the hell out of me in that game for falling off a mountain.
Yeah, I just want to hear you yell a little bit.
She's going to give me a Rocket League spanking.
Of course. What else? Hey, it's always unique against me. You guys is like all over me. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Take her. Take her down. Yeah. Hey, Gil.
Hey, Ann.
Have you seen me and Sty play, Gil?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's freaking hilarious.
She's competitive.
I totally forget that she's doing that live, you know. And
he goes nuts.
I go to bed that night with a bar of soap in my mouth.
I lose it a little bit. I lose it a little bit.
That's
just
I kept yelling at her about what kind of character you are. Are you ramming me in the ass? You're always ramming me in the ass. You pig effer and this and that. I didn't know it was her.
Oh yeah, you did.
Other player. She'd come up behind me and smash my car, and I thought it was this other person, and oh no, it was her, and I'm calling her a pig effer and things.
Oh yeah. That's good.
She's going, Sty, I can't believe you're calling me that. I said, I'm not. I'm calling that whoever's slamming into me like that. That's who I'm talking to. And she goes, oh, and then she'll do it again. So I cuss like mad, chew them out, call them names. And then I finally found out after about 4 games, it was her all that time doing it to me. I finally caught her. I was sitting there and she was across the field, and I looked on my, I got a 65-inch screen. So I'm looking way off to the side, and here's her car coming across that field, going to broadside me. And I'm going, it's her. And sure enough, she took me out. And she starts that funny giggle and drives off, and so it was her all along doing that to me, making me swear nasty.
I'm making you swear nasty.
It was so bad. It was so bad.
That video, by the way, crazy, and that video with you in like the backhoe using the little tiny backhoe was freaking awesome.
Yep.
He
That's
had
cool.
a blast in that thing.
I did. And you could win today, Gil, if you had just put Norway and neighbor. You would have won, but you didn't.
That I saw your name come up and I
Oh,
go,
good.
whoa,
Figured somebody else
cool.
should win.
Until I found out you're just not saying the right things. Even I put the right answers in there.
Yeah, you did. But it was Karen's story.
Yeah, Karen.
Yeah.
The
I tried to make a video.
but you know that worked out good. I liked how it worked out. You had to draw 3 times to hit somebody that answered the question right. That's cool. You know, so many times you'll see giveaways like that. First name, and it's over. Well, my gosh, that was a 3-minute live stream. You know, it's all done. And yours, you kept going, oh, they didn't answer it. There's another chance. And so it added excitement to it. And shock when Bob came up and he didn't answer the questions. Oh, that bad boy.
Oh, well, I didn't do it to make you mad. I just figured somebody else could win, you know?
Ah,
I did. I watched. I loved. I think I even left a comment.
You love? Really?
I always love. I'm a lover.
He's a lover.
Oh. It's a lover.
He's just a lover. He's a lover.
Trying not to bust out in a song here.
Oh. Mm-hmm. You can sing.
Wow, Viper, that is awesome of you. That's cool.
I was there that day. It was really moving.
Yeah, isn't that neat? Isn't that neat? Yeah. And there's folks, they work so hard. They work, they work their channels. They just work them to death. They're just there for their viewers, and you can always count on them being there, and then when they get a really good push like that, yeah, you can't. It warms your heart to see it happen. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Oh, you work for Chevron?
Never heard about that company. Sorry, I'm not from the States or Ireland. Yes, Ireland. You should, Karen. It's funny. It's really funny. Yeah,
that was a
good luck.
Like the digger video.
Just be sure that you have a little room when you start playing it. Like, yeah.
I got to thinking, Ann, after watching, your digger videos, I kept thinking, I got to check into it, and I did. And I got a hold of somebody that I know over in Minnesota, lives close to the place. It's a Paul Bunyan land, and it's a big tourist attraction kind of place, carnival and stuff. And it's got Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox, all that there, They've got something there that Ann, I would laugh my ass off. If I could get her here, I'd take you there, and my God, I'd bring a camera crew, because I'd want every angle I could get. Because what they have is, what a bobcat.
Yeah, bobcat. I think that a bobcat. Oh yeah, I want to try that.
Okay, no. Hear me out. Oh. They take these bobcats, right? There's no bucket on them. There's a great big round tube on them, and you've got this. It's another big round tube that goes up over the top of it, and this is insane. You're gonna think this is crazy. That bobcat, the whole thing, you're encased in real heavy wire, right? I mean, even the front, you got to open the door, get in and close it, and it's got like 3 latches on it. all these Bobcats, they got the 4 tires, but they got the tracks on the tires, right? So they look, and they're painted. They're all painted camouflage. They're all painted camouflage, and each one of them has a flag. It's got a fiberglass rod with a flag on it, and they all got different colored flags. And there's 8 of them. 4 in one set, 4 in another set. And they start opposite of each other in this big field that's got junk cars. It's got little brick buildings and stuff, and dirt hills and stuff. That's a cannon on the front end, and you can raise and lower it just like the bucket, but it's a cannon. And you can shoot, you go around like they're tanks, and you shoot the other side. You get to drive those tractors around shooting these big round balls at the other side, and those balls are like heavy foam rubber, and they're soaked in a paint. So when you hit one, it's like a paintball, but it doesn't explode. The paintball doesn't. The balls just lay on the ground after they hit whatever. But here's the fun part. I would have you out there in that tractor playing tank out there, because along that whole course, there's this elevated rail that's above the shooting arc of those tanks, and you can pay $10 to be a shooter on that rail, and you got 6 shooters up on top of the rail, 3 for one group of the tanks and 3 for the other group of the tanks, and you're shooting the opposite. You're helping the tanks on your team, but you're shooting from a stationary gun up on that platform. So you're shooting the opposite tanks. And so it is hilarious. It is to watch these
I would
people.
like to try that.
And
I've
I thought
been off there too.
when I first saw it, I heard all this ruckus, diesel motors running, a lot of them. And I thought, what's going on down there? That's new. And I looked, and I'm reading this big board about what it's about and stuff. And I walked in where you can view, you watch everything that's going on. And I thought, oh yeah, what do? They put you out there and give you 10 minutes? No, you get a half hour to drive around shooting at each other. And it's fun. I got to do it once. And it was a blast. You get in that Bobcat and you just take off, and they show you how to control it. And on the right hand stick, you've got the button for shooting your cannonballs. And each tank had, I think it was 20 of those balls in that magazine that goes up over the roof that feeds the cannon. It drops ball in there, and it's pneumatic. It's got a compressor. You can hear that compressor running when your tractor's running, and it's compressed air that's shooting those balls. They really went out on the limb to come up with that. But it costs you $20 to drive the tank. Costs you $10 to be up on the platform. But
Okay, you on the platform, I'm driving.
Yep. I'm all for that. Oh, we'd have to swap around a little bit, and then we'd have to both have tanks on the same team.
Mm-hmm.
Go kick their ass, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna paint your ass.
Yeah, I'm gonna paint your ass.
Oh, that sounds fun. Oh yeah, I have to go to Wisconsin now.
That's actually, it's over in Minnesota, but if you got here to me, we would drive over there. It's only about a 4-hour drive from me.
Only 4-hour drive. Yeah, can I drive?
Can you drive?
Yeah, I get car sick.
She'd make it there in 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
And I
think we should all meet in Maine.
We should all meet in Maine.
Rent some ATVs and just travel all over the state in ATVs.
Oh, that'd be a blast too. Yeah, that would be a blast.
There's
Get on
all sorts of
ATVs and
networks and
just go
paths and
nuts.
stuff like that throughout the state. It's beautiful.
Yeah, there's a lot of ATV trails up there in Maine. The Wisconsin's pretty well covered with them. Northern tier of Wisconsin, lots of ATV trails, hundreds of miles. The yeah,
I think it's a bit dangerous driving. Mhm.
the 2021 is going to be a busy year for me because I'm going to take Nicholas Green out to Montana for a month, and come hell or high water, I want to make that Maine trip.
If you
And
need a do-over, you're always welcome. It doesn't matter if it's this year, next year, or 10 years from now. It don't matter.
by that time, the Sty Adventure trailer will be totally complete, and I'll have my mobile studio and everything in the trailer. And because 2021, if things go well, which I seriously think they will, I'll move out on the road. I'll just travel. I'll just be traveling, following the weather, and getting to see all my YouTube friends all over the U.S.
Yeah, it will not be Chicago this year. It has to be next year.
Yeah.
Well, Sty, I'm gonna hop off. I'm not usually on this late, but I had to come up and hang this legendary crew for a little bit.
Yeah, and I truly appreciate it. I truly do. It's always great having your company, Bob.
And you're always welcome.
I appreciate that too. Believe me, more than you know. But you guys have a good night. Much love to all of you guys in the chat, in the panel, in the universe. Bye.
You take good care. Take good care. I won't be at Shenanigans tomorrow. I'll be out in the woods.
No worries. I completely understand. You get a hall pass.
Thank you.
You better behave, son.
Oh, you expect me to behave tomorrow, huh? I'm not going anywhere where there's steep cliffs tomorrow. No. I'll be out in the woods. I'll be out in the woods. The only thing I got to worry about is I did hear from a guy yesterday that up in that other region I'm going to tomorrow that they've been seeing a few sow bears that have come out now, and they got their cubs with them. So,
oh Lord.
So cubs are pretty small yet. Pretty small yet. They're the most aggressive when the cubs are smaller. After about 6 months, they're not so aggressive. The cubs are big enough to run and get out of the way and stay pretty safe. But early black bears that come out with their cubs, they're usually pretty damn, they're kind of extreme at being protective.
Is he purposely trying to worry you, Ann?
You what? Yeah, he does. I mean, you fucked my mind up, yes.
You don't have to worry.
Yeah, you don't have to worry. You never told me any bear stories or anything, have you?
I don't know.
I don't know. Innocent little bastard you sit up there.
Well, I've done a few bear stories. I got a few more to do, Sty stories, but see, I'm not very scared of bears. I don't go into bear country without my sidearm, so I'm not worried about bears. Yeah. Who's afraid of the big bad bear?
I am.
I did see wolf tracks hiking into Foster Falls. I didn't film them, but yeah, they were there. They're quite. I could see quite a few. So they got a pack hanging out around that waterfall.
Hmm.
Native Grammy doesn't want to run into a bear. Yeah, yeah. Well, I prefer not to run into them. But if I do, I've been around them so much that I can pretty well read them. There's Alexander.
Hey, Alexander.
Good November, everyone.
Hello.
You.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, just about morning, huh?
I
Yeah,
see. Hello.
Do I look like I just woke up?
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Looks like you need a nice hot cup of coffee and some breakfast.
I've been experiencing some wisdom tooth pain.
Oh,
They
Done that.
the one back up in here it's erupted, but it's impacted.
Oh God.
oh,
So I'm sitting here. Just it feels like there's somebody in my socket with the world's strongest vacuum right now, and they're reversing it, turning it on, reversing it, turning it on.
it's that throb,
Yeah.
that back and forth throb. Oh,
Mhm.
oh God Almighty! I'm glad I'll never have to experience that shit again. Oh, man, my heart goes out to you.
I was now I don't recommend any of the viewers to do any of the dumb crap that I do, but it's been frustrating for the past 5 years because I don't have insurance. It doesn't cover dental.
Right.
So today I got so sick of it. It's taking this little thin thing right here, and I went up in here and down like that and flaked a piece of it off. That was causing me a lot of trouble.
Ooh.
It would I would close my mouth, like put pressure on it, and it would be snagging the gum right about into
Sure.
here.
Sure. So it's cutting away at the gum.
And that's I consider myself a durable man. But I
Oh.
almost cried. I'm not gonna lie about it.
Oh, yeah. Hey, this is Wheel Life. Hey, Tip. My doctor today, I asked her about the ibuprofen. I told her what's going on with my neck, and my neck still comes and goes. Sometimes it's good, pretty good, and then other times I can't even move my head. And she told me flat out, she said, instead of me jacking up your ibuprofen, what I'm going to do is she says, I'm taking 800 milligrams of ibuprofen a day right now. And she said, and then I want you to take as much Tylenol as you want. She says, because you can take them both together. She said, you don't, she said, the Tylenol and the ibuprofen don't affect each other. She said, so take them both. She says, load up on the Tylenol. She says, all you want. But she said, the ibuprofen, not to go over 800 milligrams because of how much I've been taking for the last 2 weeks, which is 1,200 to 1,400 milligrams every
Is
day
that
for the last 2 weeks. So she said, nah, you're going to screw up your liver with that. She said, you got to back off on the ibuprofen and I didn't know you could take Tylenol with ibuprofen at the same time. Hey, Dojo.
I take 1,800 grams a day sometimes with just ibuprofen.
18? Yeah, I've done that too. I've taken.
And then the rest of the pills come on top of that again, Paracet and other stuff, So yeah.
And fortunately, she said that she would leave that as tentative because she said once I get my blood work done, if everything looks okay, she said then I'll prescribe something strong for you, you know. I said, well, the only problem with the strong stuff, especially if it's any kind of opioid or anything, is I told her, I said, I do live streams for God knows how many hours. I don't want to be falling asleep during them damn things because that's usually what,
Like I did.
like, yeah, that's usually what something like OxyContin it does to me. It's all of a sudden it's just I'm out.
Well, things happen, you know.
Well, that's the problem with StreamYard. Things don't shut down on their own, and you can't have somebody do it for you. And the yeah, Dojo, I sent you the link. We're only going to be up for another 20 minutes or so. So, but if you want to pop in at the end, that's cool. Yeah, Dojo just woke up too. Dojo is still alive. Woo!
Oh no, crazy Anne, is that video still on your channel? Is that comment now? What video? Me and Sty?
When we were playing Rocket
Oh.
League or her digger video.
I don't know, Tim. What are you asking?
Which video? Yeah. Oh, good night, Georgiana.
Good night, tonight. Were you falling asleep? No, somehow YouTube cut out that part when I was sleeping.
Yeah, that was weird.
I don't understand because other people fall asleep on the panel and they don't cut out that part, but mine, they cut out that part.
Yeah.
But I fall asleep on your panel, but then I hide. I fall asleep on Phil's panel a little bit.
I wish I could remember which one it was. Oh, and by the way, this is the 1 year anniversary of Around the Campfires, guys. This is the 52nd episode.
Wow.
Woohoo!
52 times, folks, we've been up here. 1 year we've been doing campfires. And
So when I started coming around to you, you guys weren't too far into the campfires then, huh?
Yeah, that was a ways back.
It feels like we've been here on doing campfires for more than that.
That, you know, when I was looking at the numbers and I saw that Sty Story Sundays was hit its 52nd stream, and I never missed a Sty Story Sunday. Now I missed a couple of Around the Campfires due to being out in the woods camping. That'll happen this summer again too. So actually, it's been a year and 3 weeks that this has been since I started doing these, but it's 1 year of actual streaming, 52 episodes, and it's 55 episodes, I think, of the Sty Story Sundays on streams. Otherwise, all the Sty Stories before that were just videos. I am glad that I found your channel too there, Tim. Yeah, This Is Wheel Life it's great. I go over and visit. I don't say anything. I lurk. I give him the thumbs up, and I love his videos. I loved it when he was out there pulling the kids this winter on the sled behind his 4-wheel drive chair, and his video of him heading off in the woods with that chair. I'm just like, now that's a guy I like right there. He ain't giving up for nobody, no how, no way. Yeah. Yeah. Wheel life is, there's so many of you folks out there, your channels. I was so glad to meet you, and there's several of you I actually met here that you came and you visited one of my streams, and I found you that way, and a lot of you I found in other people's streams, and it's, to me, it's just amazing. We have got such a good group over here, such a good group, and we don't have them nasty little under the bridgers over here anymore. We haven't seen one.
They're the ones that have to pay the
We
toll
saw a
now.
couple 2 weeks ago, but they only stuck around for about 5 minutes, and I think they come back just to test the water, and they find out the whole damn chat attacks them. I don't get a chance to say nothing. Everybody, oh geez, I wanted to get them. You know, and so yeah, they realize, hell, they don't even get to come over here and squeeze off a fart. They're gone. Everybody's on them right away.
I got to get you playing this game here, Sty.
Oh, with the tanks, yeah.
Have you played War Thunder?
I haven't played it. No, I don't play any online games.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, my desktop is dedicated YouTube.
I see.
It's dedicated to YouTube. I'm nervous when I upgrade well-known software I own.
Mhm. Well, you have a PS4, right?
Yeah.
They have War Thunder for PlayStation 4.
Yeah, I've seen it. I'll have to consider getting it. Yeah.
Yeah, because whenever I get my little check from the government, I'm going to blow it on non-essential items, like a PS4.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are going to be getting the non-essentials. See, and with me, I mean, God almighty, okay, I got a small federal debt I'm trying to pay off, and they tried giving me my federal payments back that I paid on my federal debt. I said, no, you're not, because I'll be all done September. I won't owe a penny to you people. I want you to keep those payments, and I'm going to keep making. Next month, in May, I'm making another one. They're going, oh no, the stimulus bill exempts those federal debts until the end of July, till July 31st. I said, you're not going to add all those months onto my debt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not adding any money to my debt, but they're adding all those months onto it. And I said, and if I keep paying you at the current rate I'm paying you, all the interest portion, that's actually going to principal because they're not charging interest. So all of it goes to principal. I said, I'll probably be paid off in August instead of September. They sent me a damn check. Gave me the money back. I said, no. I said, now what do I have to do can you reverse that and I'll just tear up the check? No, we can't do that. Well, how am I going to get it paid? And they said, you'll have to go and deposit the check, and then you'll have to repay it to us. And they said, but we can't guarantee that our system won't kick it out and send you a check again. I'm going, so in other words, I want to pay, but you're not going to let me pay? Now, who's the moron that came up with that? I mean, if the person's willing to pay their bills, aren't you going to take their money, for God's sake? I mean, for crying out loud. And I told them, don't you mess me up. I got my budget all figured out. Don't you mess me up. And so I decided I actually got a secondary account, and I'm putting the federal payments they don't want to accept. I'm putting them all in that account, and on July 30, well, it'll be August 1st. I'm sending them all those payments in one lump sum. Well, actually, I'll send it out before that, probably the week before. Send it all to them in one lump sum, and it should be enough to finish paying it. You know, I'll have the August payment, and that I'll add that in there, and it's all over. But they're so stupid. They're so stupid.
Well, I mean, you did see how they designed a gas can, right?
That how what?
I said you did see how they design a gas can, right? Stupid.
Oh yeah, yeah. You talk about stupid. Yeah. The yeah. Tim saying, I think I found you when you were on Nick's channel. Glad he had you on. Oh yeah, that's when I was on Nick's panel. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, Wheel Life. That was I think you're right.
Yeah, I was in there modding. I think I met him there too.
Yeah. Yeah. The that was a neat evening just sitting on the panel with Nick and met a lot of folks. Met a lot of folks over there. They're still here. Still over on that side, and that's nice. It was really nice to meet all those folks. See, that's it. Is my government money when it comes in? That's going to be going into my channel expenses. It's going to help keep that truck full of fuel. It's going to help pay for licensing, camping fees, blah 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 blah. But that's where that's going. It's not, some of it's going to go into the adventure trailer on the improvements in the adventure trailer. Because that's the thing. I could use that $1,200. I don't need it. I'm doing fine. My fixed income's guaranteed. So I didn't need it. But yeah, that's pretty cool. One thing I didn't like is they're saying the federal government's not. It's considered a gift. It's gifting. It's not taxable. It's not part of your income. That's awesome. Our state's already talking about you will have to add it on your state taxes as income. I don't think that the state should be allowed to tax you on anything you get from the federal government.
No, I don't think so either.
I hate that. I hate that. That's just a bunch of greedy state legislators and the governor. They're just they got to have a piece of your pie, Yeah, that's it. I don't need the stimulus check, but yeah, if they're going to send it to me, I'll accept it.
Have a good night, Karen.
Good night, Karen. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out.
And I'm going to hit the house too. I need to get in the house. It's
time to head for the house.
Yep, time to get in the house.
Going to be wrapping this up in about 7 minutes. Anyway.
Yep. I got to pack all this stuff up before I can go in. So.
Well, you're always welcome. You're always welcome to be here, Granny.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate being here.
Oh, yeah. We love your company.
Good place. I'm a listener. You're a talker, so it works out great.
Yeah. Hey, and anytime you want to say something, say, Sty, shut up. I tell people, don't be too shy.
Give me a little time. I might do that.
Yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there with time.
Y'all have a great one. See y'all later.
You too. Take good care.
Sleep well. And no choice to proceed straight into my account.
Yeah. Direct deposit. See, I'm getting a check because I didn't want them to direct deposit my tax returns. And that's another one. I see that goes into my federal debt payment because I agreed with them that they could attach my federal tax returns. I get my state, but I don't get the federal tax return if I have a return. I want that applied to that federal debt. Oh no. I get a check from the IRS. It's my tax return. They didn't apply it to the federal debt. They sent it to me. And no, that's calculated in my damn budget to pay that debt off. And so that had to go in the bank too. So yeah, I feel like I'm doing their job for them, and I don't like that they're sending it to me because that's tempting when it's sitting there, It's like, well, I want this one thing. I can take a couple $100 out of that. No, it'll set me back. No. So still haven't got my state or my federal return yet. Yeah, I haven't seen my state yet either. And they've had it since God Almighty.
Tired, Samantha?
First week of March.
No.
First week of March, I filed, and haven't seen. Well, I saw the federal that came yesterday, but nothing from the state. I'm hoping our governor caves in and opens some of the common sense play areas like boat landings and trails, state trails. He really angered me when he said, I'm going to allow golf courses to open. I'm going to allow golf courses open, but you won't let us hike on state trails. I mean, that sounds like moron soup to me. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Going to the golf course, you're going to come just as in contact as, if not more, than you would if you drove out to a trailhead and went hiking. I mean, you can have other people using a hiking trail and you can still practice safe distancing. I mean, yeah, you just don't hike together for crying out loud. They're saying, well, you have to pass each other. You'll be passing each other on the trails, and the trails are only about
ain't passing nobody.
They're saying the trails are only 3 feet wide, so you can't keep that distancing. Well, the hell I can. I'd step off into the woods if I have to. Oh no, but you can't be walking in the woods. You got to stay on the trail. Ah, jeez. Yeah, come on, next election. I know who I'm not voting for, you dummy. I got to vote for somebody that's thinking. Somebody's not thinking. It's so stupid. And the fishing thing, I mean, you're not allowed to use any boat landings. So if they see you out on the lake, the Wisconsin DNR has the right to stop your boat. And if you don't own lakeshore property, they'll give you a citation because that means you use public access to get on the lake. Well, I went to the boat landing, didn't get near anybody, put my boat in, went out on my boat, and then I'm going to have some DNR official, some game warden, come up and be in contact with me, intentionally in contact. Well, there would have been zero contact if they just left you alone and let you fish. Somebody said, well, if you catch a fish and you don't want to keep it and you were handling it, throwing it back, you could be passing the virus on to the next person that catches that fish. I said, my God, you think somebody's going to catch the same fish within a couple of hours. I mean, there's nobody out there fishing anyway. So, no, you're not spreading the virus by catching a fish. I mean, God almighty. The yeah, I usually have mine filed by the second week of January, but this year, no, you got to wait for YouTube. Wait for Google to send you the tax statement for your income off your channel. That's one thing about PayPal that's nice. As long as people aren't using a commercial account, then it's considered a donation to you, a gift, and they don't tax report it. You're still technically required to report that as non-reported income, but that even the IRS says, who does? We don't know anybody that does. Yeah, and we're not going to audit everybody that has money coming into PayPal. That they said we did. Yeah, we don't have enough agents for that shit. So, but YouTube, Google, yeah, they 1099 us. They send us tax forms. Yeah, they report it to the IRS. So if you don't throw it in your income tax, they'll know it. Fuckers. Yeah, golf isn't essential. Our governor felt that it is because it allows you to get moderate exercise and fresh air. Okay.
Oh, you mean like hiking?
Yeah. Hiking, you don't get that, huh? Some of the places I hiked to, like yesterday, that wasn't moderate. That was kind of some heavy exercise yesterday. Lots of fresh air, though. When I got to the top of that hill, I was going, oh, yeah, I was taking in a lot of fresh air.
You should have seen me at Hocking Hill State Park last year. They have over 1,000 steps in that park, and I'm like, wow, I hate steps. I'll go up the hill just fine, but I hate steps.
Yeah, that's where I was, where I checked out that new waterfall. That's Potato River, and the Potato River Falls, it's two sets of waterfalls. They got steps down in the gorge to get you near the waterfall. Well, there's 208 steps, the one trail, 208 steps, and they've only got 2 landings in the whole stretch. And they made, to add insult to injury, it's double depth steps, so they're 18 inches. So you actually have to take 2 steps down, 2 steps down, 2 steps down. So it's like you might as well call it 400 steps, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then their other trail has got 160 steps. And I'm like, this is my first serious hike of the year. I ain't doing stairs. No. And that's how I found this other waterfall. Actually, the stairs would have been no more effort than this waterfall I thought was going to be just a little thing. Yeah. Yeah, Dojo, absolutely. Fishing should be classed as exercise. Absolutely. Tells her how is walking to a golf cart, getting out and swinging at a golf ball exercise. That's it. And that's it. That's it. And that talking to my doctor, that was a topic we got on too. It's about latex gloves, the rubber gloves. And I told her, I said, seriously? She goes, do you have any masks? I said, no, I don't have no masks. I said, I've got, I've got some bandanas and that I can use. And she said, oh, well, when you come in for your blood work, I'm going to they're going to be able to give you a couple dozen masks. I said, this bushy thing and those masks, I just don't see where it makes a damn bit of sense. I said, maybe I'll just tie my beard up over my face, and then I'll wash my beard, I'll put hand sanitizer on and go, oh yeah, gotta sanitize the beard, She was just laughing, and I said, what about the glove thing? And she said, here at the clinic or in a hospital setting makes perfect sense. You put a pair of gloves on and you handle the patient. But the minute you walk away from the patient, touch a piece of equipment or a table or anything like that, off with the gloves, fresh pair, before you touch that patient again. She said, I don't know if you noticed this, Sty, but go to Walmart. People are wearing those gloves. They don't sanitize the cart because they got their gloves on, right? And they're going through the store touching everything and stuff and thinking, well, I got my gloves on. Everything. It's safe. I got my gloves on. And she says, and they're contaminating the hell out of themselves. And she says, then they go out to their car with that contaminated cart that they've been cross-contaminating everything. Empty that cart. They're touching all the bags with their contaminated gloves. And then they push the cart in the cart corral and they get in their car. They touch the door handle, the steering wheel, and they get settled in their car, put the keys in ignition. Now I can take my gloves off. I'm done. And they throw them in a little bag to throw away. And she says, then they grab that contaminated steering wheel, start their car with the contaminated keys, everything those gloves have touched. She said, you're better off. Go to Walmart, use their hand sanitizer when you walk in the door. Sanitize the cart with the wipes. Do your shopping. On the way out, hit that hand sanitizer again. She says, you're 80% farther ahead than the person with the rubber gloves. She said, no, I just assume you don't even mess with gloves. Just keep your hand sanitized. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Oh, jeez. Hate that when things make sense, don't you? And saying, yeah, you senseless old fart, you're going to get a spanking.
Right here.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are. Hey, guys, I think we're going to shut her down. We went just went over the 5-hour mark. And yeah, it's midnight here, and I got a bunch of backwoods travels I want to try to do tomorrow. So everybody out there in the chat, I want to thank you all for being here. Those of you not in the chat, just as big of a thank you. It's been a great night. Fun as always. Lots of topics. Love you all. Stay safe. And we'll see you. Oh gosh. Yeah, it's Thursday, and I don't have anything this weekend other than
It's Friday.
Yeah. Huh?
It's Friday.
Oh, it's Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. I don't have nothing today or tomorrow. But
It ain't Friday, so I can go to bed again and get up.
Yeah, we do have Sty Story Sunday coming up. So hopefully I'll see you all on Sunday. And stay safe until then, guys. And if you want to hang around a minute, we'll shut her down after I say goodbye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.